Microphone check from the boardroom.
Yes, we can hear you. So I'm looking forward to it, actually.
This is some audio for you, Stephen. Not sure if you are hearing this, but I am talking, and I'll keep talking. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know, it'd be funny would be like all of a sudden like really loud noises and then talk really soft. I know. So then
you can stop for a second.
I'll just keep talking. I'm telling a story to Gary. So yeah, hitting for power. I have, real good warning track power at this point. And that's just an artifact of age, right? Yeah. It's just the way things go. So I started to go oppo. And once I started hitting oppo, it's like everything's dying right in front of the right fielder.
Or in everyone's.
All right, good morning, Alex. You there?
This is Jesus. Alex should be on shortly.
Oh, okay. He let me know he was here. I thought he was already here. Okay.
Good morning, April.
Hi, good morning, Lucianne.
Hi, Jesus.
Hello. I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, Alex should be here.
Yes,
Very
I just submitted him. Good morning,
Oh,
Alex.
perfect.
Hey, Jesus, Lucianne.
Camera check on everybody.
Yeah. Alex, did you want to go ahead and test your camera and your share screen ability? I've already enabled it.
Sure thing, April. Let me pull up my presentation. I'll turn on my camera. Okay, let's pull that up.
I guess you got the memo on the shirt today, Alex.
I did. We are good to go. So let's see, let's make this slideshow. And we'll test the screen share. Why does it do that? There we go. How's it look, Lucianne? Can you
Good.
see the screen?
Yes, I can.
April, good over there?
Yes, I can see it. Looks good. Thank you. You can go ahead and take it.
Perfect. All right, I think we're good on the audio and video. Anything else that we need to test on our end before the regular meeting? April?
Hi, Alex. April just stepped out of the room. I think that's good to go for the regular meeting.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Good morning, Director Foley.
Good morning, April. Is my sound level good?
Yes, sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Bad. We all software squared away. Hopefully, everything's reset and looking like it's working right. Sounds like the media team's having some fun this morning, but that
Mic check from 1002. Mic check 1002.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
I will share.
Morning, Director Duffy.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Bevan.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing, Mark?
I'm good.
Good.
How about you? Yeah.
Not so great.
Yeah.
What do you do to make your background fuzzy? Where do I do that?
Uh-oh. I don't think I mean it to be fuzzy.
Oh, no. I wasn't implying that you were doing something I was envying. I was more just that, I guess my background's not too bad.
Director Duffy, if you'd like to blur it, you can click on the arrow where it says video, the video camera icon on the bottom left of your screen. There's a little caret there in the right corner.
Okay.
And you should see blur my background.
Yeah, I see. This one says select a camera and it says FaceTime camera, choose virtual background, choose video. And what do I go to?
Right above choose virtual background, it should say blur my background.
Yeah, it doesn't say that.
Okay.
That's also graphics card with it.
For my Zoom, Bevan, if I click that little arrow and then choose video settings,
Okay.
I get a pop-up. And then if I choose backgrounds and filters,
There we go.
the second option for me is blur under the virtual backgrounds.
Okay.
So Bevan, are you on a Mac or a PC?
I'm on a Mac. Hey, John.
Good morning.
Morning, John.
Good to hear your voice. I love to touch up my appearance. I really missed out.
Remember when that used to just be the red eye filter, right? That was
Yeah.
that was touch up in the 80s.
Touch up my appearance. Okay, well.
Good morning.
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 Morning, Rebecca.
We are now recording.
Good morning. Better late than never. Maybe I'm on time.
Morning, Liz. Morning, Janice.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Robert.
I really love Robert's background. It looks like he's in a tropical island with BART in the background.
Yeah, hula skirts and everything. Fruitvale. Great food.
Yeah. We had a great lunch there one day. We need to do it again.
I've got another restaurant for you. Native American cuisine and
Oh,
their
all right.
three bean soup with meatballs is a hit. You can ask to hold the meatballs.
And we're in a position now where we can go there.
Could be, yeah. Get takeout there quite often.
I think we're ready to start the meeting. It's now 9 a.m. So District Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Director Ames.
Here.
Director Duffy.
Here.
Director Foley.
Present.
Vice President Lee. Here. Director McPartlin.
Here.
Director Rayburn.
Here.
Director Allen.
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
And Director McPartlin, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, be honored. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And welcome to the meeting, and please note that pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself, as well as all subordinate legislative bodies, to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. And if you've joined us by Zoom and would like to make public comment, if you are on a computer, you can use the raise hand feature. And if you have called in, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself when you are called on. So I have a couple announcements about the agenda today. And then I have another announcement to make as well. So about the agenda, and sorry, I'm just pulling up the item. Agenda's quite long a document today. Item 9A is going to be removed from today's agenda. That's on the award of the agreement for automated license plate reader services. There are still some conversations ongoing between BART staff and advocates that we've worked for quite some time on privacy issues. And so they want to keep working on that, and we'll bring it back at a later date. So we're going to remove that from the agenda. And then also regarding the agenda, as I said, it's a long one today, and we do have a closed session So the plan is to move through the agenda and to break for closed session sometime between noon and 12:30, so we can also do lunch at that same time and be efficient. So just keep that in mind, especially those of you who are chairing committees. At some point I will interrupt one of you so we can move to closed session. And then I have one more announcement to make, not about this meeting. And that is that BART has made the determination that as of March 9th, 2022, the BART District 7 Board of Directors seat is vacant. BART will now follow the procedures for filling a board vacancy, including a public application process. The BART Board of Directors has 60 days to appoint someone to fill the vacancy, and ultimately voters will choose a permanent successor. So the details are not up yet, but BART staff will post complete details outlining the process, qualifications, and application in the coming days on our website at bart.gov. And we do not have this agendized today, so we cannot talk about the process today. If folks have questions, you can reach out to me or you can reach out to our district secretary, and we will agendize this for a future meeting. So there will be plenty of opportunity to discuss it. I also just wanted to say how much Director Lateefah Simon will be missed, and how much I greatly appreciate the leadership and vision she brought to the district. She, of course, served as board president during the first year of the pandemic, maybe the hardest year in BART's history, and she worked tirelessly to secure federal funding and keep the system moving. And I know part of why we're in a better place moving forward right now is really because of her leadership. And I, of course, also want to acknowledge her years at BART working to advance innovations in safety and increase our commitment to progressive policing, police reform, and to fighting racism. So just want to thank her so much. And I see a couple of hands raised. I've been asked by the general counsel that we keep this brief, and again, keep it just to brief comments and not about the process. So I'll go to Director Dufty and then Vice President Lee.
Thank you, President Saltzman. This has been a very difficult week. People who've known and worked with Lateefah began to view BART differently because of her presence on this body. Lateefah brought the totality of her life's experience as a young women's leader, mother, justice reform advocate, philanthropist, and someone legally blind who relied on trains and buses to get everywhere. She carried the trust of the broadest range of civil rights leaders, both nationally and right here in the Bay Area. Her work building community, reimagining the justice system, and advancing the career of her mentor and boss, Vice President Kamala Harris, is legendary and brought enormous credibility and creativity. Director Simon sought the advice of a district official and was assured that her move of her family kept her within District 7, which she so ably represents. This advice was wrong, and here we are today. I, along with fellow Director Janice Lee, have the strongest hope that this can be remedied so that Director Simon will be able to apply for reappointment. Thank you.
Vice President Lee.
Yeah, thank you, President Saltzman, and thank you, Director Dufty. I'm aligned with your remarks there. As this is not agendized, I just have a very few brief things to say. First, that Director Simon, Lateefah Simon, is someone who seriously encouraged me to join this board and has been someone I have looked up to for a very long while. At every board meeting I've been in over these past few years, Director Simon has consistently spoken up for the most marginalized and has always brought the deepest compassion to educate this body and the public on issues that our communities and our riders face. Especially as Lateefah was a daily BART rider, it's really hard to think of someone who cared more deeply about BART. It is a loss to this board that the seat is vacant, and I encourage the public to weigh in on the next steps that BART will take.
Thank you. So we'll now move on in the agenda. Does anybody have a special guest to introduce? Seeing none, we will move on to item 2, which is the consent calendar. Do we either have a motion or any requests to pull items?
So moved.
I'll
Or
second.
I heard Director Foley moving, Director Lee a second. So if there's no questions, then we will move to the vote on the consent calendar.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Allen.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, Director Allen,
Abstain.
President Saltzman.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. We will now move on to item 3, which is general public comment. So this is for items not on the agenda. So if you are here to speak on redistricting or any other items on the agenda, please lower your hands for now. We'll get to those. Redistricting is coming up next. So now we'll open up general public comment.
John, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. John Spangler, Alameda, California, resident and BART user and bicyclist. Not speaking to you as chair of the BART Bike Advisory Task Force, which is my recent position on the BBATF. I wanted to put in a request for 10 years hence on the next redistricting process that BART undertakes, that it be much more accessible and transparent to any member of the public using any platform without requiring an app or sign in or other barriers that I encountered trying to contribute to the process. It's extremely frustrating to spend half an hour or an hour trying to get to the information, trying to find how to get there on the BART website and some other things. I'm not ignorant on computer things, but I found it difficult to reach the information that I wanted in the proposed district maps, which in the most recent round were withheld from the public. They were not published for direct access until almost the day of the meeting on which D and E were discussed. And I find that extremely troubling. So I hope someone takes notes for 10 years from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I've already been talking with staff about getting together after the process to make sure we have good notes moving forward, since I think for a long time we had the same district secretary for decades. And so we need to create some more institutional memory for going forward. So thank you. Next.
Caller whose number ends in 4826, please go ahead. Please go ahead and hit *6.
Hi, my name is Corinne Kelleher. I am an East Bay resident. I take BART regularly to commute to the Civic Center station, where I work at UC Hastings College of the Law. Although there has clearly been some evidence of increased staffing of security personnel, including our wonderful Urban Alchemy peacekeepers, the station remains a very difficult place to commute in and out of. I understand BART has many financial challenges related to the pandemic and reduced ridership and delayed infrastructure improvements, including on the Red Line at the moment. That said, the health of the district and the system will only continue to improve if all of the riders return as the pandemic continues to ease. The Civic Center station remains dark. I know there's lighting improvements apparently going on somewhere, but it's dark, it's filthy. The escalator area coming off of UN Plaza, which we all know is subject to a current state of emergency situation and work by the city and others to try to fix that difficult situation. But the district's continued failure to staff the kiosks coming off down the escalator from the UN Plaza, and other non-staffing of the area has continued to result in non-paying customers, patrons, homeless, etc., who have services right upstairs on the deck, on the platform, on the stairwell. The escalator itself is dangerous. I personally slipped and fell 2 weeks ago in a wet spot on the bottom of the escalator trying to get to the train. There are many people trying to work on this. I get it, but it's the center of the city. I don't know how all of our workers in the Civic Center, including the evening activities at the opera and the ballet and the plays, restaurants, the community evening events for our students, where there was a shooting at the station that came to light a couple of months ago at 8 p.m. Please, please staff the Civic Center BART station. Please, please encourage whoever it is on the staff to spend a little money there. I got a check for $50 from the transit agency to go back on BART. I would really rather give that check to BART to pay someone at the kiosk to stop all the crime and the unpaid riders there. Thank you for this consideration. And I invite any of you to take a tour with me anytime, any day of the week at the Civic Center BART station.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. Thank you. Good morning. I was in the kitchen and I was retrieving a jar of peanut butter and I had my wireless earphones on and I heard the Pledge of Allegiance. I ran back into the living room and saluted the virtual flag. So thanks for doing that. It's good to be with you. And just very briefly, I'm going to miss Latifah Simon. I am saddened at her not being a BART director. I think one of the high points of her time was when she announced in meeting as your president, saying it is appropriate and welcome to use your pronouns when announcing yourself. So that's one of many important things. I just thought I would showcase that for you. And I hope to be back on the system soon. I'm going to come in through Oakland Airport and fly on an airplane. You know, I'm very afraid of flying on airplanes, but I do it anyway. And I'm going to get to see and hear aircraft engines. And I let you know that I am a plane spotter. I took up the hobby of plane spotting. And not only do I learn a lot of things about aircraft and aircraft engines, but there are things that I can bring to BART and reminders of that when I'm on BART, especially when I hear the old trains starting up. Really, when the trains start up, it sounds more like starting a Hammond organ, perhaps. But anyway, I look forward to coming back and being reminded of the many things of why I enjoy using public transportation. And I ask that we engage. I was very fortunate a few months ago to meet one of you in person, who I shall keep nameless. We got to talk at length and we talked about New York City. And I asked this person of yours, one of you, and asked, have you ever been to Grand Central Terminal? And that one of you said yes. And there was another one of you who shall remain nameless who took a good, generous amount of time on the phone with me, sharing about BART. And so I asked that all 9 of you be willing to take the time to engage, just as these 2 nameless members of your board have done so for me before. Because I advocate for a BART that is fully inclusive, as we often talk about dismantling things that are oppressive. We never hear about dismantling oppressive things as far as people who do not fit societally established definitions. So I just want to raise that for you. Because I think that a welcoming BART is part of being a BART that is legendary and stately. And if I can be welcome in Grand Central Terminal in New York City, I believe this: BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Doug, please go ahead.
Thank you, BART Board. My name is Doug Blackshear. I'm a lifetime member of the NAACP. I'm chair for the Oakland East Bay Democratic Club. I sit on the Community Policing Advisory Board. I'm alternate delegate for Pamela Price of the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee, AD 18. I'd like to first start off by saying, with Director Latifah Simons being gone, this board is not reflective of our community with its current makeup. This is consistent with the redistricting and gerrymandering going on in not just Oakland, but in Alameda County. I humbly ask that someone looks at the redistricting and the reflectiveness of this board not being reflective of this community. And as a host of the Black Business Roundtable, this is shameful. And I will be letting Coast to Coast know that we are not being reflective of Oakland, the city of diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the last general public comments. So we will now move into the rest of the agenda. And our first item up is redistricting. So we will first have a presentation on redistricting, and then we will have a vote on redistricting. So I'll turn it over to April.
President Saltzman, good morning, board members, members of the public. April Quintanilla, Acting District Secretary at BART. Today, redistricting is agendized for action, and we provided several materials in the agenda packet for your review and consideration. As President Saltzman mentioned, the district's redistricting consultant, Genoa Solutions, Inc., will provide a presentation to begin this item. So I'll now turn it over to Alex Saenz, GIS Project Manager, and Jesus Garcia, Demographer.
District Secretary mentioned, my name is Alex Saenz. I'm GIS Project Manager for Genoma Solutions. And we're going to be diving right into a presentation today regarding redistricting. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and jump right in. I will turn off my camera feed during the presentation, as I'll be monitoring on the other screen. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, is screen look good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Today, GNO will be presenting a redistricting map update based on input provided by directors and the public at the February 24th board meeting. The agenda for this presentation is simple and straightforward. Number one, recap the redistricting considerations to create the maps, especially considering the numerous requests incorporated since the special board meeting on the 16th and the last regular board meeting on the 24th. Number two, recap of the BART redistricting maps. Number three, intro to Plan E2. And four, open discussion. On redistricting considerations, first and foremost, the top consideration for producing the latest map option was to incorporate as much public and director feedback as possible from the previous board meeting. We will go into greater detail during the presentation of the new map. As a redistricting consultant, we adhere to industry best practices and applicable statutes. We will briefly cover those items to provide context into our logic and reasoning before diving into the maps. All maps contain districts that are geographically contiguous and as compact as possible. And to the extent practicable, if all preceding criteria are met, we also took BART stations, cities, and census designated places into consideration. As a best practice, incumbent locations were not considered while implementing input from the public and the board at the special meeting and the last board meeting on the 24th. Although not explicit to transit districts, the California Constitution, Article 21, Section 2E states the following. the place of residency of any incumbent or political candidate shall not be considered in the creation of a map, followed by districts shall not be drawn for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent, political candidate, or political party. As a best practice and in alignment with the board resolution adopted on January 13th, 2022, GeoNovo incorporates principles of the California Fair Maps Act, Assembly Bill 849, into its redistricting process. The BART board resolution from January 22 partially states that, quote, that BART's redistricting strategy greatly aligns with the requirements set forth in the Fair Maps Act, unquote. Among other redistricting best practices, the California Fair Maps Act reiterates one of the points from the previous slide, specifically that districts shall not be adopted for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against a political party. Public Utilities Code, Division 10, Transit Districts, Part 2, San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit, Chapter 3, Government of District, Article 2.2, District Board of Directors, list criteria aligned with the California Fair Maps Act pertaining to establishing election districts, such as maintaining communities of interest and the creation of geographically contiguous and compact districts. However, the article also states that, quote, boundaries of the election districts need not conform to the boundaries of counties, cities, counties and cities, or districts, or of wards, or election districts established for the nomination or election of any officers thereof, or of assembly, senate, or congressional districts. With all that being said, GeoNovo has made every effort to maintain the geographic integrity of cities and places per public and director feedback received at the last two meetings. The redistricting process has resulted in the development of 10 maps, including 9 viable maps. Plan A, B, and C are the original plans provided by the demographer. Plan D and E were created as a result of public and director feedback at the February 16th, 2022 special meeting. Plan E2 has been created to implement additional feedback provided at the board meeting on February 24th, 2022. This option implements as much input as possible while following the guidelines and redistricting best practices detailed in the previous slides. Public 101 is not viable and was removed from contention at the February 16th public meeting. Public 102 uses Plan C as a base with a focus on District 6. Public 103 uses Plan A as a base, combining proposed changes for District 1 and 6 from Public 101 and 102, and achieved great population balance. Proposed changes from Public 102 and 103 have been implemented into Plans D, E, and E2. Public 104 submitted by Mr. Pelpel with a focus on cities and places, plus some additional population variance to account for various rates of projected population growth in the BART service area. That brings us to the current map candidates. Plan A, B, and C are not officially eliminated, but did not gain any support in previous meetings and are unlikely to move forward. Plan D and E were presented at the February 24th board meeting based on feedback provided by the public and the board. These plans represented a significant step in the right direction to capture feedback from the public and directors. However, there were additional requests to fine-tune those plans. Today's presentation will go into detail about Plan E2, as this map was specifically created based on input from the last board meeting. Plan E2 is an evolution of Plan E and implements as much input as possible while following the guidelines and redistricting best practices detailed in the previous slides. Before we dive into Plan E2, this table provides a brief recap of the actionable feedback incorporated into Plan E. We are pleased with the progress made at this point, but there were additional changes requested after diving into the details at the last board meeting. After reviewing our notes and the recording of the previous board meeting, there was clear support to move forward with adjustments to Plan E. This table lists the additional actionable items we identified for potential implementation into the new map. Our demographer did an outstanding job distilling this feedback and narrowing it down to a single option. The following slides will provide an overview of each district in Plan E2, including demographic statistics and side-by-side map comparisons. As previously stated, Plan E2 is a fine-tuned version of Plan E as a result of director input at the February 24th board meeting. In this plan, District 2 and 6 are identical. District 1 and 3 are nearly identical with one very minor change. The most significant changes are in Districts 4 and 7, with other notable changes in Districts 5, 8, and 9. I am pleased to report that we were also able to maintain an exceptional population variance of 0.09%, just 0.02% above the original Plan E, despite including all of the additional changes. In the following slides, we'll dive into an overview of each district and provide some comparisons and statistics regarding Plan E2. District 1 gets the entire city of Clayton, Lafayette, Orinda, Moraga, Walnut Creek, Pleasant Hill, and Danville, plus 5 BART stations. And the addition of the Morgan Territory Road rural community southeast of Clayton. District 1 is nearly identical in Plan E2 when compared to original Plan E, with a net population increase of +1. In District 2, this district is identical to Plan E, which includes the northern area of Martinez, which includes 2/3 of that city's population, plus 5 BART stations. District 3, in Plan E2, it maintains the geographic compactness presented in Plan E, and District 3 also represents 5 BART stations plus 1 shared station, and generally represents Northwest Contra Costa County cities, plus Albany and Berkeley in Alameda County, which were added for population balance. Per Director Rayburn's feedback at the previous board meeting, District 4 becomes an urban core district with Highway 580 as the primary dividing line with District 5. This district represents East Oakland, San Leandro, and Northwest Hayward. District 4 also does the best job of creating a coalition district with 87.6% protected class population under Plan E2. District 4 represents 6 BART stations plus 2 shared stations. As a result of making District 4 an urban core, District 5 absorbs the foothills east of Highway 580 and the northern half of Castro Valley, previously in District 4 in the original Plan E. This district keeps southeast Alameda County, including Livermore, Pleasanton, and Dublin. District 5 represents 3 BART stations plus 1 shared station. District 6 is identical in Plan E and E2. As a brief recap, this district includes Union City, Newark, Fremont, and Southwest Hayward. District 6 also retains the areas around Sunol, Vargas Plateau, Niles Canyon, and the adjacent areas northeast of Fremont and Newark. District 7 presents a unique challenge for redistricting, particularly due to the crossing of the Bay. The Bayview District of San Francisco is in a single BART district, District 7, utilizing Highway 101 as the primary dividing feature between District 7 and 9. In the East Bay, District 7 includes West and Downtown Oakland, Piedmont, and Alameda, City of Alameda. District 7 represents 6 BART stations plus 1 shared station. District 8 retains the updates previously requested by Director Lee and implemented in Plan E, specifically Chinatown and the Marina District. In addition, we've added Pacific Heights per comments at the last board meeting. District 8 also gains area between Sutter Street and O'Farrell Street from Highway 101 to Grant Avenue, including Union Square. District 8 also retains the Richmond District, Sunset District, and Balboa Park, and represents 1 BART station fully plus 5 shared stations. District 9 is generally central downtown San Francisco, including Western Addition, Mission District, Potrero District, and fully represents 2 BART stations plus 5 shared stations. We'll go into further detail later on in the presentation. A brief overview of Plan E2 statistics. Plan E2 has only one white majority district by population, with Latino at above 30% in District 2 and 4, and just shy of 30% in District 3, 29.4. The Black African American population is above 16% in District 4 and 7. Asian population has majority in District 6 and is above 41% in District 8. And per director support at the last board meeting, coalition districts are further strengthened in this plan, including the previously mentioned 87.6% protected class population in District 4 and 62.6% protected class population in District 7. As far as CVAP, with the 44.8% total population, District 4 also has the highest CVAP Latino population at 30%. District 4 and 7 have the greatest percentage of Black CVAP at 23.6 and 18.6% respectively. Keeping in the theme of coalition districts, Plan E2 has only 2 white majority CVAP districts, which is down from 3 when compared to current districts, Plan D and the original Plan E. District 1 adds a few census blocks to establish a clean border to the Contra Costa County line, as you can see on the figure on the right, highlighted by the yellow square. District 3 ends at the Oakland city limits, which is identical to Plan E. That can be seen on the figure on the left, highlighted by the yellow circle. The only minor change to highlight here for District 3 in terms of population is the minor change between the city of Orinda, which extends District 1 to the city count to the Contra Costa County line. The net result is District 1 increase in population of +1 and District 3 net loss of -1. Plan E2 maintains the vision for District 3 introduced in Plan D and E, with a focus on Northwest Contra Costa County plus Albany and Berkeley added in Alameda County for population balance. District 4, per Director Rayburn's feedback at the previous meeting, this district has now been turned into an urban core district using Highway 580 as the primary dividing line between District 5. District 4 focuses on the population centers of East Oakland, San Leandro, Northwest Hayward, and unincorporated communities such as San Lorenzo and Ashland. The Coliseum Airport Connector, and Oakland International Airport stations are kept together in Plan E2, which is a carryover from Plan E. District 4 also represents Fruitvale, San Leandro, and Bayfair, plus 2 shared stations. Shared Hayward with District 5 and shared South Hayward with District 6. This slide illustrates the point of, especially specifically regarding coalition districts that gained some support at the last board meeting. District 4 is a great example of this, becoming the strongest coalition district in the BART area with 87.6% protected class population, while also incorporating feedback to keep District 4 as an urban core district. As a result, District 5 absorbs the population in the foothills up to the Alameda County line, plus the northern half of Castro Valley when compared to Plan E. In exchange, the area between the Hayward and South Hayward stations shifted to District 4 for population balance. As stated in the overview slide, District 5 fully represents 3 BART stations, Castro Valley, West Dublin, and Dublin stations, plus 1 shared station, Hayward. In District 7, the primary difference between Plans E and E2 is the clean line going across the bay for improved geographic compactness. As you can see here in the two figures, on the left, the original Plan E, and on the right, the modified Plan E2. We took great care to keep the city of Alameda whole, and that carries over into Plan E2. District 7 also includes the Bayview District of San Francisco, sharing a boundary with District 9 along Highway 101, as you can see in the figure on the right. In addition to West and downtown Oakland, the city of Piedmont is kept whole in District 7 in Plan E2. District 7 represents the West and downtown Oakland stations, including MacArthur, 19th Street, 12th Street, West Oakland, and Lake Merritt. The primary changes between Plan E and E2 actually complement each other for districts 8 and 9. As a follow-up to Director Lee and Dufty's comments, the District 8 boundary has been extended to the south from the RENA district to include Pacific Heights. We were also able to extend the District 9 boundary to the south, implementing input from Director Dufty to increase the Latino influence in the district, which you can see in the figure on the right. The figure on the right showing census block groups and darker shades, including displaying higher proportions of Latino population, lighter shades showing lower proportions. This also results in a clean boundary for District 9 that extends to the San Francisco County line, which follows redistricting best practice of creating easily defined and geographically recognizable boundaries. In summary, Plan E2 implements actionable feedback from the February 24th board meeting. District 4 becomes an urban core district with 87.6% protected class population. District 7 keeps the Bayview district in San Francisco, plus West Oakland, Piedmont, and Alameda, while also creating a strong coalition district with 62.6% protected class population. District 8 gains Pacific Heights, keeps Chinatown whole, and an extension of 3 blocks down to O'Farrell Street to include Union Square. This change enabled the addition of Latino influence areas and created a clean border for District 9, extending to the San Francisco County boundary. And last but not least, all these changes were included, and Plan E2 also achieves a population variance of 0.09%, which is excellent. In conclusion, this has been a robust redistricting process with public and director engagement, including the creation of 9 viable maps throughout the process. By comparison, the last redistricting process in 2011 resulted in a grand total of 2 map options. All maps follow redistricting best practices for population balance, geographic contiguity, and other redistricting best practices. The board resolution passed on January 13th, 2022 to adopt the California Fair Maps Act for increased transparency throughout the redistricting process. And adopted lines created during this process will establish new BART districts for the next 10 years. At this time, I will pass it on to the district secretary before we move to open discussion. And it has been a pleasure working with BART throughout this process. Thank you very much.
April, do you have anything to add?
Oh, no, thank you. No, not at this time, President Saltzman.
Okay. So first want to thank Alex and Jesus for all your work on this. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work. We will get to director comments soon, but first I'm going to go to public comment.
Chris, please go ahead.
Thank you. President Saltzman's members of the board, my name is Chris Peoples. I grew up in San Francisco and was politically active there until I moved to the East Bay in 1975. I have participated in every statewide redistricting since 1970. In those days, the Republicans had the Rose Institute and we had Phil Burton's brain. I have participated in every East Bay redistricting since 1980. I have participated in a number of special district redistrictings since the 1980 redistricting. And I was the lead director on the AC Transit redistricting in 2000 and 2010. I have never been on the pleadings in any of the lawsuits having to do with redistricting, but I have kibitzed pretty severely. I want to make a comment about your treatment of East Oakland. East Oakland is a clear community of interest with great historical roots and many cultural institutions such as churches and other institutions. It traditionally aligns with downtown Oakland. The people there deal with the Oakland City Hall, they deal with the commercial and business districts in downtown Oakland. By contrast, traditionally, and of course that's changed a great deal, San Leandro and Hayward were sundowner towns. They were towns where African Americans were not admitted after dark. I really think you need to bring East Oakland back together, and your current lines in the inner East Bay on the west side of the hills are actually very good. They may need to get tweaked a little bit to make sure the numbers are right. But I think you need to go back to the drawing board, start with the inner East Bay as it is today, and make the changes that you need to make in East Contra Costa and in San Francisco to get those lines properly tweaked. But you really need to keep East Oakland together, and it needs to be oriented toward downtown Oakland, not toward the suburban areas of San Leandro and Hayward. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Unidentified participant, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning. It's David Pilpel. So I'm sorry. I've had other calls on my time that made completion of my map impossible in the last 2 weeks, but that's okay. I am still interested in this topic, and I've provided comments in writing regarding the final report. I hope that there will be a final report that documents the work that was done here, and my comments in writing speak to the content of that report. I want to thank you all very much for considering my input in the process. I believe I felt very heard, and I felt that the comments and suggestions that I made did find their way into the process and influence what's before you today. I do, however, agree with John Spangler's comments earlier about outreach in the future. Hopefully, all of us are around 9 or 10 years from now, and the process can be different. If the board chooses to adopt a map today, I would pick E2. I think it incorporates the comments that all of you made and it makes sense. It's compact, it's contiguous. It's not perfect. No plan is perfect, but I think it really works best for the district for the next 10 years. And I just want to conclude by saying that I really appreciate the work of the consultant team, what they've done publicly, behind the scenes, the time they spent with me, and the district secretary's office, the general counsel, Rod Lee, the cast of thousands behind the scenes. I really think this was not a process that did not get a whole lot of public input, but the public input was considered, and it was a good process. And I, again, support E2. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. And I'm going to speak in a very general sense about this. Don't know if I have standing, but I'm going to speak anyway, unless you let me know otherwise. I think it's reasonable what we have, given my limited knowledge of redistricting, just as I don't know much about aircraft engines. But I ask, though, as you consider this, to think of yourselves as part of the whole, because I don't want redistricting to be divisive. And when I see the new map, I'll get to see whose district I'm in. in the places that I stay when I come to visit you all in the Bay Area. I generally stay around the Oakland, Emeryville line in various places along that area. And that was District 7 the longest time, and I guess I'll find out soon. But I maintain to you that even as one who is not in the Bay Area at all times, who does represent BART in that district does matter to me. And since I don't know who that's going to be, certainly all of you have a part to play. And I ask that your advocacy not stop at the line, because even though you are divided into districts or wards, if you will, none of you is an island. And I can see the tension in this, but really this should be about building community, not about dividing community, because I travel the whole system, and one part of the system affects all the rest. So I look forward to you bringing this matter to a vote today. I hope that you will cast a vote in approval today. I want us to get on with the business of running and maintaining this railroad that aspires to be great and legendary. And most of all, keep this in mind when you cast your vote, that BART isn't a system of 9 individual islands. It isn't just a system about local voters, but it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Doug, please go ahead.
Good morning, BART Board, and specifically Director John McPartland. My name is Doug Blackshear, lifetime member of the NAACP, alternate delegate for Pamela Price, civil rights attorney and running for district attorney for Alameda County, AD 18, Black Business Roundtable host, and Community Policing Advisory Board member. A key protection of the 1965 Voting Rights Act is Section 2, a permanent nationwide prohibition on voting practices that discriminate on the basis of race, color, or membership in a language minority group. Section 2 coverage includes districting plans. BART's plans A, D, E, and E2 all fail to protect Oakland's black voter block and current District 4 and dilute minority voter strength with Hill area population. East Oakland, predominantly Black neighborhoods near Coliseum are divided from Oakland's downtown in each of these plans. BART Plan B and C provide a remedy. They demonstrate that Oakland can be divided between the flatlands and the hills, rather than by drawing a line between East Oakland minority neighborhoods. Furthermore, these flatland neighborhoods also contain the most transit-dependent populations in Oakland. Another important community of interest worth protecting in Oakland. Those who have were hired for this redistricting process. They do not live in Oakland. They're not concerned with the politics of Oakland and the community togetherness of concerns that address the problems here in Oakland and in the Black and brown communities. I humbly ask that you scratch A, D, E, and E2 and go with Plan B and C. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public speakers on this item?
Do not see any additional. Oh, actually, I see.
Well, I think John has spoken already, so I think we're not gonna go back and forth here, and we'll go to director comments if there's no other public comment at this point.
No, I don't.
So before we go to directors, it's been suggested by some of the public that we, start over or, take some more time on this. So April or Jesus or Alex, can you explain why we need to vote today? My understanding is we do need to vote today on one of the maps. So can you explain why and what happens if we don't?
Sure, Alex, would you like to begin?
Sure, I can start off on that one. So we started this process in late November, early December. Obviously we've had quite a robust debate, 10 versions of BART maps up to this time, but we really are coming up against some hard deadlines at the county and state level. So if we were to go back, scrap the maps that we've done so far, we cannot guarantee that new lines would be drawn and that we would still be able to meet those state deadlines. So at this point, we totally recognize that no map is perfect. That's kind of the nature of redistricting. But in order to assure that Gionovo, the district secretary's office, in coordination with all of the county and state level agencies, can meet these deadlines, we're going to need to take some action on the redistricting maps today.
And what happens if we don't meet those deadlines? Because I understand the repercussions are quite harsh.
Yeah, that's a good follow-up question. So without most of the information that we've seen has been more specific to counties and cities, but in general, the BART board would, well, there's a likelihood that the BART board would lose control of deciding these lines. If the deadlines are not met, there's a chance that this could be decided by the state. So I think that the BART board, that the community would much rather have a say in what their lines are going to be, rather than having that decided by some outside entity.
Thank you. So I'm now going to go to director comments. I just wanted to ask all directors to hold off on a motion for now. I think we all probably have input on the various maps, and I'd like to hear from everybody before anybody makes a motion. So hold on motions for now. We'll go through every director who wants to speak, and then we can go through directors again to have further discussion or get to a motion. So Director Rayburn. You're muted, Director Rayburn.
I hit it twice. I would like to start by asking what the deadline is. April or Alex, if you know the exact date. My understanding, it's April.
Director Rayburn, the state deadline to adopt maps is April 17th.
Thank you. Today's March 10th.
And as an additional detail there, April 17th does fall on a Sunday this year, so the actual deadline would be April 15th to get all that stuff in time.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate much of the work that Gionovo's done. I really enjoy looking at those population within a half mile of our 3 county BART stations. It's very interesting for future transit-oriented development. I'm fighting for Oakland today. A radical redraw of District 4 in Oakland is entirely unnecessary given the current small population variation in the district. In Oakland, the new Plan E2 resembles the dismissed Plan A. Plan E2 goes a step further by diluting Oakland's Black and Brown voices who have pleaded with us to be united and empowered. It is unacceptable to turn our backs on the minority communities in Oakland's flatlands who are dependent upon BART. If E2 is adopted, These voices will be drowned out by the surrounding San Francisco interests and politically powerful Hill areas. Plan E2 shifts most of Oakland to D7, District 7. To the public, this is neither fair, beneficial, nor warranted. There is no compelling reason to move over 216,000 people out of District 4. Now, I want to appeal to my colleagues on the board. All 7 of you live in your newly drawn districts of Plan E2. So you might feel comfortable approving the plan. Given your awareness of the issues with District 7, I urge you not to validate Plan E2. To knowingly adopt a plan that clearly favors the San Francisco-based District 7 seat would violate the California Constitution protections against favoring any political candidate or incumbent. It would also undercut our credibility with the public. Furthermore, Plan E2 is unfair to Oakland and Alameda voters who would inherit a new director, yet not be given an opportunity to vote this year. They would have to wait until 2024. Plan D represents a partial remedy that keeps most of Oakland and all of Alameda in the East Bay and in District 4. However, Plan D still has major Voting Rights Act issues by dividing Oakland's Black voting bloc and diluting minority voting strength in Oakland by including the Hills in District 4, or actually by including the Hills in District 7. A better Voting Rights Act remedy is to adopt just the Oakland boundaries between Districts 3, 4, and 7 from Plan B, or preferably Plan C, which was a little more refined. I recognize Plan C had other issues, so it is then possible to adjust the remaining Plan B lines to reflect the latest community of interest boundaries between District 8 and District 9, city boundaries between District 1 and District 2, and keep El Cerrito whole and Castro Valley whole. I believe these are very possible redraws. I urge we direct the consultants to immediately begin these changes. The clock is ticking. Redistricting is about protecting communities and not about protecting incumbents. In full disclosure, my wife, Pat, and I live and vote in downtown Oakland, and we will be challenged to relocate before filing for re-election this summer if District 4 is shifted south to Hayward in Plan E2. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Allen.
Thank you, President Saltzman. I'm very deeply considering the comments of Director Rayburn just now, particularly if there is a belief there are constitutional issues. I, up to this point, have stayed out of the conversation of how to redraw District 4 and 7 and 3, 4, and 7, really, because I felt like that was that those directors in those districts had really the vested interest and the most knowledge of how to best protect the voters of those districts. But Director Rayburn raises some issues that I guess I would like to know if they've been raised with our legal counsel previous. So that's a question. Director Rayburn, do you know?
I have not spoken with Matt Burrows regarding our redistricting.
Okay. And then I guess, you know, I mean, because I started engaging in this process very early on back in, I think, January, really the end of the year, I think was my first engagement. And while I'm listening as members of the public come before us and say, you should scrap it, you should start over. Unfortunately, I do agree with President Saltzman that we cannot do that at this time. This has been a process ongoing for many months. And it's really, we're not at a point where somebody can just all of a sudden pay attention and walk in and say, oh, no, I don't like the final maps you've put before us. That also is not fair. I do wonder, Director Rayburn, did you have an opportunity to meet with the consultants and sort of voice these concerns and draw something based off of plan, one of the other plans you mentioned, you know, Plan D, I think is the one that you mentioned?
The concerns that I raised today have been raised repeatedly, and I believe they've been conflated because I started raising the concerns back when Plan A was on the table, and it had the same issues that Plan D and E and E2 all share. And so these issues have been raised. They've been raised by many speakers, and it's been commented several times that we've had very little public input. Yet the public input we have had has come largely from Oakland residents and Alameda residents. And I don't feel that their comments, that their interests in general have been catered to in this process. So again, I respectfully ask that we consider going back and adopting some lines that are already drawn and making it all fit together. I believe that a low variation population can be achieved by doing as suggested by several speakers here today.
So thank you, Director Rayburn. I guess I would ask the consultants why the proposed plan before us today, E2, why we began with Plan E for those adjustments instead of, you know, was there some determining factor that made Plan E the better starting point than Plan D?
I can answer that, Director Allen. Yeah, so just based on our notes and then reviewing the recording from the last board meeting, there was, maybe I wouldn't say, there was at least some level of support from 8 out of 9 board members to at least make some tweaks to Plan E. Maybe not saying that they would vote for Plan E at the last board meeting, but at least some level of support from 8 out of 9. And so given that level of overwhelming support to move forward with that plan, that is the path that we decided to take, based directly off of director input.
Okay, because I know my own, maybe I was the one that is the one out of the 9, but I know my own input was I was willing to discuss E or D. And I thought that other directors had said E, you know, at least some of the suburban directors had said that E or D could be a starting point. So, all right. I mean, I think we still probably have one more meeting that a final vote could be taken, it sounds like, under the timeline.
Sorry, can we get that confirmed? Because my understanding is there's still a lot of work to be done before it actually gets to the counties. So that is not my understanding from talking to staff before this meeting. So I want to make sure on that.
Okay. Because I'm willing to allow to go one more meeting and allow Director Rayburn and the community members that are raising these issues to further, and really what it takes, because I had to do this, what it really takes, Director Rayburn, is to set aside several blocks of time to get on the phone in a Zoom meeting with the consultants and talk about what changes you're looking for to put a map forward. And we really only, maybe we have one more meeting to do this, maybe we don't. So if we do have one more meeting, I'm willing to let this go one more, and give Director Rayburn an opportunity to work through his changes. Thanks.
So Jesus, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, can I, I'd like to address the issue of DRA. From the beginning, it has been our attempt to create a Voting Rights Act district. And just to remind directors what a Voting Rights Act district, and I think it was one of the commenters talked about Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. A voting rights district comes into being when there is a population of 50% or more of a protected class. It's of Latino, African American, Asian, Native American, and minority language groups. And as you've seen from all of the plans, we are able to create several districts that are 50% or more of a particular, we were, in all of our districts, the only district that we could create that was 50% or more was in, I believe, District 6 under Asian population. And so the second criteria is what's called the Citizen Voting Age Population, or CVAP. And so for VRA to become effective, you have to have both. You have to have first a population that's 50% or more of a particular class, which in the case of here would be the Asian population in District 6. However, try as we might, we were not able to create a 50% or more CVAP, particularly in District 6. I think it's 48.6% is as close as we got. And so the next effort from there, and so in that case, what I'm telling you is BART cannot create a VRA district and be in a reasonable variation. So the next step was to begin to look at what are called coalition districts. And so as you've seen in Plan E2, we have created one district that's 87% plus of a protected class of African American, Latino, Asian, and others. And then right now the district 7 is at 61%. So in effect, we have two very strong districts, and of course we have District 6 and then District I believe 8 in San Francisco. So we have created a scenario where the data supports candidates of choice, from that the community can elect. So we've made, again, try as we might, we could not create a VRA. Now, in reference to San Leandro and the communities there, as Alex has shown, and you have the ability to see from our interactive web map, when you pull up the ethnic population data, the San Francisco Bay Area, just like California and the rest of the United States, is changing in its diversity. And if you bring up the African American, you bring up the Latino, you will see and the Asian populations, you will see the underlying data that tells you that these areas are evolving. Yes, San Leandro and other communities might have been sundowner towns in the past. That is not the case anymore. The population of the Bay Area, the East Bay Area, is becoming increasingly diverse of all the wonderful people from around the world that are coming there. And so these are the facts that are in the census. Just a little bit about, what have we been doing? Jono and myself, we have done numerous other situations where we have had to tell, in case some directors, and we have one client right now, that they're going to get a VRA for the very first time. We tried as much as we could here to create a VRA. It was not possible, that the data did not support it. So we have created these two districts plus incorporating all the comments from all the directors. And thank you. It's been a wonderful. I also like to give a shout out to David. He was a great asset in guiding us through some of the more nuance of what's happening there. And there's a lot of other stuff you haven't seen that we've incorporated in the creation of these lines. We'd be very happy to discuss all that other stuff that we haven't brought forth because we don't want to muddle you folks, but we are definitely available to talk. But Plan E2 incorporates as much of all of your other comments, yet fulfills the best practices and the like. So those are my comments at this time.
Yeah.
And so,
I'm sorry.
Any more information about the suggestion that we could table this again and come back at our next meeting? And would you have time? I think we really need to get that clear.
Yeah, and President Saltzman, just to reiterate, if we do take this to another meeting in 2 weeks, we cannot make any guarantee that the appropriate data will be provided to the counties and state level organizations in time to meet these deadlines. So we really are up against the clock here. We've created 10 maps throughout this process, but at this point, I'm afraid we're just running really short on time.
Thank you. Given that, I really think it would be irresponsible of us as a board to not decide on a map today, as hard as it might be, and even though we likely won't get unanimous agreement. So I'd like to hear from other board members who haven't spoken yet today. So folks want to raise hands, otherwise I might just go through the list of, raise hands, and maybe some of you are waiting to hear from others, but I think it's important to hear from everybody. Director Lee.
Yeah, I'll just throw myself out here. First, some thanks at the top. So thank you so much for this presentation today. I just want to go back to something that you, President Saltzman, had said earlier, which is that after this process is over, we will definitely look forward to detailing our redistricting process this time around and really make sure to keep records for future redistricting efforts, talk about things we learned, timeline of things, so that we can leave something for our future board folks. I also really want to thank everyone who's been attending our public meetings. I think David Pilpel, you described it well, while it hasn't been this overwhelmingly robust process with every single person ever involved. I think that the quality of engagement, the emails to the board that we are getting, people are really looking into the nuance of the lines, the people who are calling in. And I really thank you all for showing up to these meetings, for the meetings that the district secretary's office has been putting on. And I really appreciate the input, particularly around the East Bay communities. So generally where I am right now is I'm open to plans E and E2, but I want to share maybe some thoughts just about the San Francisco piece. On plans D and E, they're identical in San Francisco. Just going to repeat some comments that had passed. I think these two options really ensure that the district remains AAPI, an AAPI plurality, and in particular keeps Chinatown whole. And I actually think plans D and E have a more inclusive Chinatown than what the district looks like today. I'm also supportive of seeing the Sunset being made whole with all of the inner Sunset now in District 8. And I also support keeping the Bayview whole and part of District 7, which had been split up in some earlier drafts, which is plans A, B, and C. I think there are some versions where Bayview was split along the 3rd Street line. I'm also, this isn't a deciding factor for me, but I am excited to see Glen Park to be considered a shared station between Districts 8 and 9. I know that many San Francisco West Siders are familiar with and use Glen Park Station. So I like a lot of those things I'm seeing in plans D and E. So then I look into E2. So Gio Novo, thank you so much for putting together E2 that really tries to incorporate as much as possible. The basic change between Plan D and E versus E2 in San Francisco is that E2 follows more of the current boundaries and makes some slighter changes. So I think it's fine. I think I'm open to it for San Francisco. I really do want to continue hearing more from others about the impacts that E2 has in the East Bay. I think to respond to Director Rayburn, your comments, I am very compelled by your comments, but also in hearing from Jesus and Alex, like maybe this is a bad summary, so Jesus and Alex, feel free to correct me on this, but what I'm hearing from you is that the Bay Area is ultimately too diverse to have a VRA district. Like we are so diverse and that we have so many protected classes, so many different communities of color. I'll just say it like in accessible terms here. Like we're a melting pot, and that because of that, having a VRA district is not possible. And that further, if I'm cutting through what I'm hearing from consultants is that Director Rayburn, I'm not sure if there's a truly viable version of what you are asking for. And I know that that's tough, and we are here making some really, really difficult decisions, and we are, drawing new lines. And I agree that no incumbent has a right to one district. None of us do. This is about what makes the best district, what makes the best district as a whole, what makes the best BART district, and what makes the best lines for the residents and the constituents and the voters. So Jesus and Alex, am I understanding that right? We're basically too diverse to have a VRA district?
That is correct, Director Lee.
And I don't know if you can speak a little bit to the viability. What I'm hearing from you, Director Rayburn, is wanting to keep the city of Oakland boundaries so that all of East Oakland, all the way to the city of Oakland line is, kept with more of the parts of downtown Oakland, and also separate from the Oakland Hills. Jesus and Alex, it seems like it's really hard to have viable maps for all 9 districts doing that.
Absolutely. Jesus, do you want to chime in on just the efforts and analysis you've done in that regard?
Yes, first of all, the city of Oakland is too large as a population. So the city of Oakland, we cannot follow a line that follows the city of Oakland. If you recall from our plan A, that was our attempt to maintain the status quo to some degree, while at the same time trying to create as large a population, an ethnic population. And in that case, again, the only opportunity was among the Latino population, from Richmond coming down to Oakland and the like. That has evolved into what we have now. And so in this case, again, what has occurred is and again, I can't emphasize, we have an 87% plus protected class district that is an urban core district, separate from the hills and separate from, and again, it is separate from Alameda County. So that district is, I'm not a betting man, but I'll bet, a person of color could definitely get elected there. And so we have tried extensively, I can't tell you how much, to try to create a VRA district. Folks, it was not possible with the data as it currently exists. And if it was going to be a VRA district, it would have been an Asian VRA district that right now is held by Director Haynes. There is no possibility to create a Black VRA district, and there is no possibility to create a Latino VRA district. Folks, I'm telling you, it is not possible to create a VRA district, try as we might. What we have here is, I believe, a good option that is inclusive. It's geographic, again, we have listened to all of you, taken all of your comments and tried to incorporate them. We don't know where you live, by the way. We put that right out at the beginning. We don't know where you live. And that was not a consideration. And since an adoptee, you're adopted, the Fair Maps Act as one of your criteria. So I think that makes it even doubly difficult for us to even consider that. So for all intents and purposes, this is as best as we could do. And I think, as Alex mentioned earlier, we have created now what only 3 or 2 majority white district. Can you elaborate further on that, Alex?
One majority white population and only 2 majority white CVAP, which is an improvement from the current districts and the previous ones that were presented during this process. Correct.
So I'll just sort of end my bit of comments here. I'm almost done, President Salzman. So I think based on what I'm hearing from the consultants, I feel like we need to make a decision today. I do not think having more time is going to get us to a new unicorn that we can all agree on. Where either way, even if we try to push it out with a special meeting, I don't think it's enough time, and I don't know, and I do not think that that unicorn map exists, truthfully. I think I had another point that I'm like losing here. I think at the end of the day, seeing the changes, I'm still preferring plans E or E2, both for San Francisco and for what I'm hearing in the East Bay. But I'll really listen to everyone's comments here, and then I think we'll hopefully move to a motion.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Thank you. Wow, this is kind of another turn of events, but I thought we were leaning towards E until now with Director Rayburn's comments, and I do appreciate Director Allen's comments on how we got to incorporate our comments as we evolved along with these different maps. And it sounds like Director Rayburn, you voiced these concerns, and then I guess the lines weren't drawn. And so now that we see the lines, I can kind of see your concern. I mean, when I see District 4 go all the way down to Hayward, I think, well, okay, that's a lengthy distance. And frankly, I think to myself, in my district, I have a big, in District 6, there's a big Latino Hispanic community in Newark, Union City, and Hayward. They're kind of spread out in pockets. So I'm a little conflicted. I'm willing to look at another map. Maybe we have a special meeting one more week and that's it. I think I'm fine with E and E2. I'm just saying I was waiting for the input from basically it was the Oakland area that had the issues. And we heard it again today, even from the NAACP. So I'm open to another meeting to tweak Oakland a little bit more. I'm not the expert in Oakland. I just know my district well. I have a lot of Hispanic communities in my district. It may not be, what we're looking for with this, the effort to make it a VRA. Of course, that's not going to happen. But Jesus, I don't know if you have any comments on this. I really appreciate your expertise in this and what you tried to do. But I have Hispanic communities in District 6, but then you're saying they're not going to have that minority voice. And that's why they got shifted, the Hispanic group got shifted over into District 4 to get that voice.
Yes, and again, what's occurring in the San Leandro and my compadre lives there, so I love San Leandro. I go there all the time. It's a lovely community. The population is evolving. The whole from Oakland all the way down to East Oakland and then down into Hayward, the demography of that area is changing. Again, it is not the BART of 20 years ago or 30 years ago when I was first, roaming around there as a high school kid. So there are Director Ames, there is a significant Latino population at the northern end of your district. However, it overlaps the population from their north creates that corridor. And again, I can't emphasize that it is a very compact area. The population of that community is dense, and it is increasingly Latino, African-American, and other populations. And so, yes, we could, to shift, to bring more Latinos out of your district, you would overlap into the hills, into District 5, and start heading out to the east side or north. And that would occur, again, that would be a domino effect that would impact all of the surrounding districts around you. And again, as I emphasize, right now, the district there is 87% plus people of color. African-American life. And I think Alex mentioned that that district is 25% CVAP. Now, as a general rule, the African-American community has, for population, they generally have a higher percentage of CVAP. And then because a lot of the Latino population are maybe not US citizens, or they have younger families and there's lots of children. So the African-American community in that district will have a greater input into the election of the candidate there. We can take it one step further and start looking at voter statistics and data, but I think that's not part of what we're going to be doing here. But again, we have to create districts. And just the district that we have there right now is a core district. And as you've seen, Director Ames, that area has not changed at all in literally any of the plans. So, I mean, this is the reality of the population of the BART East Bay area.
I see the problem geographically, but I know why you did it. So it's with District 4. So I don't know I mean, I'm open for one more week, one more map to consider Director Rayburn's comments. Otherwise, I mean, my district is fine. I'm speaking maybe out of turn, but I'm willing to hear more comments from the directors. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Gio Novo and the District Secretary's office, and most importantly, the public for participating. Honestly, redrawing BART voting lines isn't exactly the most exciting meeting to attend. So I'm very thankful for the feedback we did get and for those folks that have been engaged in really trying to guide us to the right decision. And I honestly hear Mr. Blackshear's and Director Rayburn's concerns, but to be honest, they seem to be at odds with what we're hearing from Gio Novo and the census data about the changing demographics of the Bay Area. So I don't know that there is a solution to be had that can meet everyone's needs. And as much as I'd like to do that, I just don't know that that's possible. I'm supportive of E or E2. The reason why is that they meet the needs of what District 2 looks like. It also meets the needs of the city of Clayton, the city of Martinez, and I think Contra Costa County. So I think for me, E or E2 are good choices. And it sounds as though they may be good choices from the San Francisco counties as well. It's really Alameda where we're having this challenge. I agree. I don't think we have time for another meeting. I do think that as elected leaders, it's our decision to make, and we have to decide, you know what, we've done this a few times. We've added extra meetings. It's not perfect, but let's adopt the map that makes the most sense. So thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam President.
Thank you. Director McPartland.
Thank you. And listening to my colleagues, as much as I went back and reviewed the maps in relationship to District 4 going all the way down into South Hayward, and I was surprised to see that. And I recognize the concerns that and empathize with Director Rayburn. However, the biggest consensus that I see with the other directors that gels the best as far as the districts and hurts as few people as possible seems to me to be E2. I can end up going with a B or an E2 or a couple of others, but I think that the E2 is the common denominator that I hear the most from the other directors.
Thank you. I have some comments and then I'll go for a second round of comments and or motions. Thanks everyone for your input today. I again really think it's important that we vote today so we don't give up our rights. That would be horrific. Who knows what the state would come up with. They could pick any of the plans without hearing any of the input, or create their own plans. So I don't think that's an option to wait further. And just to remind us, we were scheduled to vote on February 24th. And because I was so uncomfortable with that, because we hadn't had enough discussion, I scheduled a special meeting the week before that, which we hadn't had robust discussion. And after that meeting, I decided we couldn't vote on February 24th. So I asked April to go dig and do some work and make sure we had enough time, and she did. And that's how we got this meeting today. So we have pushed it, I think, to the limits to try to get more input and to try to come together. So we're not there yet in terms of everybody being together, but I think we have had a robust process and a lot of time to provide input on the maps and how we wanted to see changes. We've spent a lot of this meeting talking about Oakland, and I just wanted to spend some time talking about other places. I think why we're not hearing from folks in Contra Costa, we were at the beginning of the process, is because they're largely happy with the districts being put forward for Contra Costa. I can tell you in West Contra Costa County, folks are thrilled that they're going to be all together instead of split into pieces. You know, West Contra Costa County is as much of a place as Oakland is a place in some ways. It's made up of several cities, but really they're interdependent. I mean, people don't know, like I cross into Richmond all the time without even thinking about it because it's right next to El Cerrito. It's just, people don't think about city lines like we think about them because it's just not how they live their lives to go do their grocery shopping or even take their kids to school or to activities after school. We're all interconnected in the nearby cities. So I think some of what these maps really, you know, D and E and E2 for Contra Costa do are amazing, particularly for West Contra Costa, which has historically been divided. As to the comments about San Leandro and Hayward, you know, I've for the past 9+ years represented most of San Leandro. And so I've gotten to know the city quite well. I really love it. I'm actually sad that I will likely no longer be representing it. But I knew almost nothing about San Leandro before I ran for the BART board. And my perspective would have been really different before I got to know it. But it's an incredibly diverse city, becoming more and more diverse by the day. It's becoming more and more progressive. I mean, some of the policies it's led on, it really seems to have a lot in common with Oakland. It used to be quite conservative, and it's true, it used to be very racist. But that's not the San Leandro today, and that's happened in Hayward as well. It's significant that both San Leandro and Hayward have majority people of color city councils, which is not something that the BART board can say. And so I think there's a lot more in common with San Leandro and Hayward with East Oakland than was the case, 20 years ago, when that, discussion might have looked very different about what they had in common. So I don't think it's, out of the question to combine them into the same district. And right now, District 4 has parts of San Leandro anyway, so it is already in there today. There are going to always be trade-offs with making some districts more compact and some less. I think historically in the East Bay, or at least in the current districts, 4 is the most compact. And my District 3 and then District 7, which is both East Bay and San Francisco, are the least compact. So these plans make 7 and 3 more compact, but of course then 4 has to get a little less compact, but it's still quite compact compared to what I've been representing all the way from El Cerrito to San Leandro and up to La Miranda area. So we just have to think about the trade-offs, and I think it's unfortunate that we've been focusing on one city. I care deeply about Oakland. I lived there for 15 years and I thought I'd still be living there today. And if I hadn't got priced out of the parts of my BART district that are in Oakland, I would probably still be living there. So I care a lot about it. But I think we have to think about the 3 counties and all of the cities and all of the communities, and we have to make some trade-offs, even if that's difficult. I also just want to remind, the first set of comments we got about plans A, B, and C were demands that we not split Oakland up into a bunch of districts. They were at one of the plans split up into 4 districts. And so I think our consultants heard that those comments and responded with, a district that only has Oakland in 2 districts, which is amazing. I wouldn't have even thought that was possible. So that's in Plan E, I believe. And so I think we have been responsive to Oakland, but the requests keep changing from Oakland about what parts are this. And I think the focus for a long time was keeping it just a couple districts. That was done. Then there were new issues, but I do think we have been listening to the folks of Oakland and have been very responsive. So those are my comments. And I will open it back up for a second round of comments, or if anybody would like to make a motion. Director Rayburn? Oh, you're still on mute.
Thank you, President Salzman. I just want to reiterate that it is possible to redraw the lines. You start with the existing boundaries, which are largely reflected in B or C, and work in the other lines that have already been worked through with each of the directors, but not with me. The percentages that Jesus refers to show potential unity between Hispanic and Black voters, between Deep East Oakland and down to South Hayward. But as well, the percentages, say for District 7, may show that we've achieved some kind of potential prospect for minority voting groups to band together. Yet the reality is that if you live in Brookfield Village or Columbia Gardens or Sobrante Park in Deep East Oakland, name a church, a high school, a club in Hayward. It's going to be impossible. Yet, I can guarantee everyone in Brookfield Village probably can identify what the other high schools are throughout the city of Oakland. There is definitely a community of interest in Oakland. It matters. Historically, the hill areas have been the kingmakers in Oakland. It concerns me greatly that the hill areas and Piedmont will have the opportunity to have undue influence on the new District 7. And that's something I don't want to leave behind. I want to see Oakland's Black and brown voices be united and be able to rise up. Thank you.
Director Duffy?
Thank you. I wondered if Alex or Jesus could talk a little bit about the Latino voting population in District 9, the changes that took place with E2.
Yes, I can take that. We have not been asked to look at voter data. Voter data, however, is a variable that's at the state website that we're utilizing, and I can return with data tables, should you wish. But I can just tell you right now that again, as I mentioned earlier, in the districts that we provided, in particular, again, the urban core district at 87% protection people of color, the voter statistics will probably again indicate that people of color will have a significant voice in that district. And now the state has data on voter registration and voting for Latinos and Asian population. It does not have data for African American voters as a data item. That's a very difficult statistics to acquire. And I know we definitely do not have time to get into that because It will mean that, just for example, for me to acquire all of the voter data from every county that we have and process it, and that would take, at least a week or more before I could come up with some semblance of the population of voting by African American communities. I can provide you with voter data on Latino and Asian registration and voting. But again, our effort from the beginning was to try to create districts of coalition, and our best attempt at the beginning was map A. But we've moved on from map A when we heard from all of the considerations of all the other board members present. So, we can go around with data all day long. I love it. That's what I do for a living. I've been doing it for 30 years. But at some point, I believe we have to look at what is possible. And it's increasingly more difficult to come up with some voter statistics. You'll need to hire political consulting firms that do that for a living. Maybe we can talk after here if anybody's interested. But it's a very difficult task, but it diverts from our goal of looking at population and looking at CVAT as the base data that is being utilized in redistricting nationwide.
Thank you.
And Director Duff, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me just proceed for a second and just say that I really appreciate what Jesus, what you have shared with us about the coalition districts that are part of the later plans. And I do think that is a good step. And I'm inclined to support E2 or E. I also agree with what Director Foley said. I don't know that it's possible to achieve what we've been asked to achieve here. I don't think that we have the tools to do that, and that makes me move towards E2 and E as the plans that I think do reflect a lot of input from the board, and I really appreciate the time that was taken to develop E2. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I'm gonna throw a couple of things out here. First, I echo Director Dufty in that I am open to plans E and E2, but just so that we can move forward, and I am totally open to a substitute motion here, I'd like to move plan E2 for approval. There are 3 comments I want to make here.
Can we, before your comments, can we see if there's a second?
Second.
So as unfortunately the only person of color remaining on this board right now, I want to talk just a quick minute about undue influence. First, BART has historically struggled to have people of color elected to this board and serve and represent BART riders on this board, and our current status is no different. I'm literally the first Asian woman to ever serve on this board of any district, even the plurality district that I think District Ames serves in. And I think I'm perhaps the 2nd or 3rd Asian person to ever serve on this board. Second, the truth is that the cost of living has displaced the Black population out of San Francisco. I mean, in the 80s, it was like 13, 14, 15% Black population. And today it's like, what, 3 or 4% perhaps. And in some places, Black folks are getting displaced even out of Oakland and fully out of the Bay. We know this, the Link 21 data is showing this. Director Ames, I hear you talking about mega commutes all the time. We all see this happening. Third, just look at my district currently. One might say that the Marina or Pac Heights, where I think the voting population, like I think a plurality or maybe a majority of those neighborhoods actually have graduate degrees, which is insane to me as someone who does not have a graduate degree. One might say that the Marina Pac Heights might have undue influence over the rest of District 8, but we already see how that is changing. And ultimately, we're going to have trade-offs. I know that they're really, really tough, but I want to be clear in talking about the changes with the demographics and what we are seeing across the Bay and what we are really talking about when we're saying the representation of this BART board. So again, I've moved E2. Thank you, Director Dufty, for your second. I'm open to talking about E as well.
Any comments on the motion or any further questions? If not, we will move to the vote. So let's go to the vote.
Repeat the motion, please.
I believe the motion is to adopt E2 as the new districts.
Yes, the motion will be to adopt E2 as the redistricting plan, and it will be added to the redistricting resolution included in the packet. So, beginning roll. Director Ames.
Yes.
Director Duffy.
Yes.
Director Foley.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartlin.
Aye.
Director Rayburn.
Nay.
Director Allen.
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with Director Rayburn voting no.
Thank you. So before we move on to the next item, I have to step away for just a few minutes. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Lee to chair the meeting in my absence.
All right. Thank you, President Saltzman. And perhaps we can take one.
At least it's over, Matt.
Yeah. Perhaps we can take one deep breath. All right. Item 5 is General Manager's report. So I'll turn it over to you, General Manager Powers.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. Bob Powers, BART General Manager. So a couple of items to keep everybody posted on. So last week, BART was the recipient of $271 million in additional ARP funding. This was the additional money that was available. And, you know, working with our federal delegation, and I can't thank them enough, especially Speaker Pelosi's office, Senator Feinstein's office, Senator Padilla's office, we were successful in $271 additional dollars from that competitive process there. And so, and just to thank the Biden-Harris administration for their leadership and commitment to public transit and what it means, and especially to the Bay Area. And yesterday I had a call with FTA Administrator Nuria Fernandez and local Administrator Ray Tellis, and thanking them for their leadership and commitment to the Bay Area and to BART. Was a great phone call. And then finally, I'd just like to thank BART staff. It was a team effort from everyone from, you know, Pam's outfit on the grant application to Rod on the working with our federal delegation, and you know that team effort culminated in us being successful with that allotment of funding. So thank you to everybody on that. Second item, again, a big thank you. And yesterday, on Tuesday, not yesterday, today's Thursday, I guess, the San Francisco County Transportation Authority, the board there, endorsed an expenditure plan for the reauthorization of Measure K. And BART is included in that to the tune of about $145 million, $100 million of which is core capacity, and $45 million, which is for our maintenance and access projects. And so we work collaboratively with Tilly and her team there, and we're successful, I think. I sent them a note. I sent their board a note that I sent to all of you in support of the draft expenditure plan. And really wanted a shout out to Director Duffy and Director Lee for your leadership, your guidance, your counsel. Again, a team effort. Really, the team effort proves very successful here at BART. Third point, the EPA Environmental Protection Agency Green Power National Top 100. BART was one of two U.S. public transit agencies to make the Top 100 list, which is a very powerful statement about BART's commitment to sustainability and green power, and we ranked 58th out of the 100. And remember, we're one of the public transit agencies there, so pretty good. On March 15th, which is next week, it looks like there is going to be a celebration with other energy off-takers at our Slate solar facility near Fresno. And I think we're going to be represented there by Val will be with his folks will be there, but President Saltzman I think might be there attending. Director Foley, Rayburn, and Ames will be in attendance. Should be a great event. So BART's, the other one is a lot of, just heads up for you and to BART staff, I guess. BART's official app made Planet Zen. Is that the right terminology? Planet Zen, top apps for urban planning in 2022, another big deal. And so that's great. It's our multimodal trip planner. You should have that on your phones. If I could encourage you to do that and use that and just be familiar with it. So we are participating in numerous return to the office seminars and educating employers throughout the Bay Area and what we're doing, what we have done to encourage riders back. Just this past week, Alicia did East Bay Mud, which I think was attended by our Director Foley. Thank you, Director Foley, for your support there. We did Wells Fargo, and we're going to be doing other ones and just making the rounds to make sure that everybody knows what BART's doing to encourage our ridership back. Chief of Police is sitting over here on my right, but we have a big participation effort in our spring sock drive. And so the chief and his team and BART will be participating in that. The goal is to bring 28,000 pairs of socks to the unsheltered people in the Bay Area. And you can help. All of us can help by donating new socks. And you can just drop the socks off here at our building here or at the Chiefs building at the Met building there. So let's talk ridership just a little bit. I've been on the phone with several of you in my daily briefings when I've been kind of a busy week, and I missed a couple weekly briefings, but I made a couple of them. So we are starting to see a tick up in ridership, which is very encouraging. And in fact, yesterday, we had just north of 125,000 exits there, which was the highest ridership since the pandemic started. So it's the highest ridership. So it is very encouraging, and it's, we're on the positive slope. We got to keep our eye on the ball there. But all indications that we're, on a good trajectory there. And I just wanted to keep you posted on that. I had two more last-minute items here. First, the TSA has extended the masking requirement in public transportation for at least through April 18th. That just was announced during the last item in front of the board. So I know I've been in communication with my fellow GMs on that. I wanted this board to know that it's extended at least through the 18th. And then Vice President Lee, directly for you to pass on to President Saltzman, we will start our promotion of our first night meeting in calendar year 2022, the outreach and the promotion of that. Alicia will start with that starting tomorrow. So that's the General Manager's report, Vice President Lee.
Great. So many great things there. First, I'm going to hand it over to Director Dufty, and then I will go to public comment and then circle back to director comments. Director Dufty.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manager Powers. I just want to take a moment to reflect on the Prop K process in San Francisco and to say what an incredible job that BART staff did in helping to make this great success. And again, going from 70 to 145 million is fantastic. And beyond that, I think that the close working relationship that we had between General Manager Powers, Priya Mathur, Pam Harehold, I think that I know that the TA has said that they want to work with us on discretionary funds that the TA has access to. And I think that this is sort of a renaissance in our relationship with the TA. And I want to say that not only Director Lee and myself, but Director Simon was instrumental both in relationships with some of the members of the Board of Supervisors, as well as some of the EPAC members. And I would say to my colleagues that when we talk about public participation, and having sat through many of the expenditure plan advisory committee meetings, it was far and away one of the most excellent processes that I've seen. We had the opportunity to meet with virtually every member of the expenditure plan advisory committee, and the thoughtfulness and interest that they extended to BART, I think really gave me, and I believe directors Lee and Simon, a lot of hope going forward that we can be more collaborative, and that the TA does see the success of BART as being very instrumental to the success of the Bay Area and building our economy. I also want to say that we had a secret weapon in our arsenal, and that was John Orantes. And I can remember a particular meeting into the evening where you could see all of a sudden certain people were popping up and saying things, and it was clear that John Orantes, on behalf of our labor partners, was posing questions, asking for consideration. It was just like lights were coming on all over the virtual room that we were in. And I really want to thank John and the labor partners. This was something that you didn't have to get as deeply involved in as you could have. You could have said, "Oh yeah, we're kind of for that." But John really took it personally, and I think that he made a huge difference with us. And I just really want to say thank you. And I've just got to say that I am just wowed, having had the opportunity to work with Priya Mathur and how impressive she is, and all the experience that in her public service career that is helping us to leverage resources. And of course, Pam Harehold, our assistant general manager, and again, our general manager. This was I think we really will always reflect on this was just a great effort. If we had not all come together and been relentless in telling BART's story and telling BART's new story about, what our ridership is about and the things that we're doing with core capacity, I think it's just fantastic. And so I do want to say, yes, funds for the core capacity, the $100 million, funds for the next generation fare gate, and funds for the elevator modernization program before we even get to discretionary dollars that will be coming forward. So I just really want to congratulate everyone. And, again, directors Lee and Simon, we just had a fantastic time working on this. And I really appreciate Tilly Chang and her outstanding team. They ran a great process. They put us through our paces. And, I was a little cranky at a period, but overall things have worked out well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments, Director Dufty. Director Rayburn, I'll go to you right after public comment. I think we've just got a couple. District Secretary, can we go to public comment?
Doug, please go ahead.
Good morning once again, BART Board Directors and President Salzman. I'm deeply disheartened at the great effort that has gone into break up the Black voting bloc in Oakland. As I would eloquently say, and it has been stated already by Director Rayburn, people of East didn't even tell you who some of the pastors are, some of the churches. The block of Black voters that has strengthened Oakland for decades is being broken up. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional. And I'm going to do everything I can to reach out to as many people as possible to what's going on here. San Francisco needs, Hayward needs are different than Oakland needs in the Black community. And once again, using what Director Rayburn said is absolutely true. And I'm going to go back once again. The key protection of the 1965 Voting Rights Act is Section 2. A permanent nationwide prohibition on voting practices that discriminate on the basis of race, color, or membership in a language minority group. And it's shameful, those of you who voted on this after listening to how the Black vote is being broken up, not only here, but in Alameda County, Contra Costa County, San Francisco County, etc. and it goes to the heart of gentrification and quieting the Black community. My name is Doug Blackshear. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Doug. It looks like we have a couple more comments here.
Alita, please go ahead.
Great. Okay, David Pilpel again.
There
we go. Alita, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I heard some crosstalk here. Appreciate it. Vice President Janice Lee, President Rebecca Saltzman, not sure who's chairing right now. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk about the general manager's report. Very good report. I always enjoy Bob's reports. Money is essential, and us getting not just local money, but federal money shows that BART is not just a system of regional, but national and international significance. So I'm very pleased that we're going to get this money, and I ask that you reflect very hard on how we use this money in order to be able to preserve this vital service that is BART that I use frequently, sometimes 4, 5, 6 times a day. So thank you for working on the money, and I try to speak about that in different places. And ridership, we want to get people back. 125,000 is very good. That's going to bring us some fare revenue and bring more people onto the trains, because I believe in safety in numbers. And 125,000, that's an important number. That's almost as many people as Road Metro North, which is in New York City. And a good number of those people use Grand Central Terminal. So we got a lot of work to do, but this is much better than where we were. And the green power, I keep talking about the green power. And I'm even doing Zoom with you using 100% green power in my home. I'm going to have to look at that report from the EPA. We should put a link up there someday. But this is proof that we can operate a railroad on green power, and we can work toward becoming 100% renewable, going beyond simply being 100% carbon free. And yes, I am aware of the mask mandate. I ask that you support me as a person who wears masks. I have mine. I'm going to be wearing them on the airplane. And I have different ones, mostly green ones. And so it's very important that we all wear our masks, because it helps people to be safe. So as a person who wears masks and vaccinated, I ask that you support me in the wearing of masks. So again, this is very good work, and I hope to be on the system soon. I will be thinking of Bob and running this system. And the things I heard today are reflective of what I keep saying. And when I hear Bob's reports, I ask that you embrace the ideal that is mentioned, that BART is indeed and unquestionably the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alita, and thank you for keeping your comments to the GM's report. We will continue taking public comment.
David, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, David Pilpel again. So yes, this is on the general manager's report, although I'm always happy to hear from Alita and look forward to seeing her in the 415 or the 510 and not just in the 702. So on the new federal money, I just wanted to make clear that that's in addition to the CRISA and the first and second tranche of the ARP money and whatever else has previously been allocated to BART. So my understanding is that that is one-time money, and so I would encourage you to use that to replace fare revenue or other lost revenue due to COVID and circumstances, but not to create new ongoing programs using, the one-time funds should go to one-time projects or uses and not ongoing uses so as to create or exacerbate a structural deficit. And if, not necessarily today, but if the general manager or staff can come back and explain when sort of the new fiscal cliff would be at BART using the one-time money, so that there's some better understanding with the public about when decisions have to be made on future plans and projections and service needs and costs related to that, given the huge amount of uncertainty in return to office and service demands, and in particular, staffing, because I've got to believe that BART, like all the other public and private agencies, are incredibly challenged right now in staff, whether it's frontline or support services, or even the HR function, so that you're able to recruit, retain, and staff key functions within the district. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, David. I can quickly answer, yes, this is on top of previous federal funds. I don't know if the GM would like to offer a very brief response.
No, this is in addition to the funds received from CARES, CRISA, and ARP, and they will definitely go to operations, and we will use those funds to put service out on the rails.
Thank you.
And just one additional thing, we will be discussing at the next BART board meeting, our evening meeting on March 24th, what the new projection is for the fiscal cliff, which is a little bit less scary than we thought a few weeks ago.
Thanks. It looks like we have one final public comment.
Joe, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Lee. I will be, Joe Kunstler here. I'll be presently acute today. I hear you've got some one-time money. I would highly recommend that BART buy some more fare gates and get them going. You desperately need more fare gates, like my beloved Seattle Seahawks need a new linebacker. Maybe Director Powers would like that job because he deserves to be paid millions of dollars. And we also need a new quarterback, and that's where Lisa Trost comes in. She's worth millions of dollars. Obviously, whatever's what too. But moving forward, I also am excited at the thought of St. Louis Bay Area working ahead to get all our transits integrated. Definitely planning on a few trips out to the Bay Area this summer and fall, and hope you guys get those fare gates going. Great work, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Joe. That closes public comment, so I'll go to Director Rayburn for board comments on the GM report.
Thank you, Director Lee. And I want to bring General Manager Bob Powers back on the line. The issue at the top of my mind is that we've cut service on the red line. Can you and your staff explain what's going on with a cable fault problem, what that is? Is that something that is new equipment failing, or is it some part of our 50-year-old infrastructure?
Director Rayburn, very good point. Thank you for reminding me of that. We have been very forward-leaning, with Alicia and our outreach and communication with the public and what's up on our website about some of the challenges we're having out there. So let me just take a few minutes and turn this over to Shane Edwards, AGM of Operations, to kind of walk you through where we are with that. Shane?
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, directors. Right now, where we are at is we are running, as you are aware, we have truncated all the red line service, and we are currently running orange line between Richmond and MacArthur Station, going out to the destinations. Things that we are looking at right now and exploring, which we've also conveyed in communications, are things that we will be discussing and making determinations on very quickly. But we are looking at a service to be able to pull off red and orange line service in the coming week. That needs to be explored a little bit more, but from a power standpoint, we've established that we can do it. From a transportation standpoint, we've established that we can do it. The problem is how does that look to the public, and does it serve the need of the red line primarily, as well as everyone else? There's some congestion at MacArthur 19th and 12th that we're well aware of. And then also with the red line being now until further notice out, we are experiencing obviously dramatic delays anytime that we have any issues outside of the R line or on the R line, for example, a trespasser like this morning. It just compounds everything. So right now we're working through that from a service level. We've established that we can provide the power necessary and not break the system right now, but we are in a delicate state, Director, and we will continue to make decisions as we go forward, taking that into account. But we are moving on a cable contractor to come in and repair the cable, for example, and we've established possible remedial steps on activating the substation, but we won't know that until after this weekend.
Anything else, Director Rayburn?
Well, I didn't hear whether the cable fault issue is some new piece of equipment or old infrastructure.
Director, it's the 34.5 cable that's out there that's faulting, that's providing the challenge on the power side. So it's an existing asset that's been out there for a long, long time. And we already had a contract in plan to go out there and replace that cable. That contractor is starting today, the 10th, it's today, mobs in today, Director Rayburn. So we knew it, we were, and we were, had the foresight of doing this, and we thought we had a little bit more time, but we didn't. So, we have a plan. We already had a plan in place. We're executing that plan. I'm meeting with Shane and Sylvia and others today to see what we can do about the red line. But, the long-term repair is happening starting today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Seeing no other comments, I just want to add some of my thank yous here. I know that Director Duffy spoke to the amazing work of BART staff around the project reauthorization process, and to public commenter Joe Kunzler. Just wanted to be clear that Director Duffy, Director Simon, and I were pushing so hard for this funding because we knew that this would be in part, hopefully, San Francisco's commitment to the next generation fare gates, something we repeated time and time again, and also repeated during the Tuesday's vote before the SFCTA board, also known as the SF Board of Supervisors. Specific to the ARP funds, this is game changing when we are looking at our financial outlook ahead. I know General Manager Powers, I know you'll never give yourself the credit here, but I know you and your team did so much. And in particular, I want to thank Rod Lee and Pam Herhold for your tireless advocacy, putting together budgets, really advocating for BART riders, and really advocating for this region to keep moving. I'm so deeply grateful for San Francisco's leadership in DC, which continues just to grow, but in particular, Speaker Pelosi's continued advocacy for funding public transit, something she's done for decades. And it's just an issue that she so deeply understands. And I'm echoing Director Duffy's thanks here for our labor partners. Our labor partners have been so vocal every step of the way when advocating for federal, state, and local funding. And we would not be here receiving this, funding, federal funding, without them here. And I've talked to staff about making sure we better understand what this means for our fiscal cliff. But I think we can safely say that it pushes the fiscal cliff out further. And as BART is gaining ridership day after day right now. So with that, we will close this item, and I will hand the virtual gavel back to President Saltzman.
Thank you. So we will now go on to item 6, the Controller Treasurer's report.
Thank you, Director. Good morning. This is Chris Ngan, Interim Controller Treasurer. This update is through the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2022, and it's for the period ended September 30, 2021. I will start with the changes in the balances of the trust assets of the district, as shown on page 3. So if you can please move the slide to page 3. Thank you. So the value of our net assets in the Retiree Health Benefit Trust for the quarter ended September 30 increased by $2.3 million to $503.6 million. The district's contribution to the trust of $10.6 million exceeded expenses of $7.7 million incurred during the quarter. The trust, however, reported a loss of $636,000 from investments during the quarter, and this is consistent with the loss suffered by the broad U.S. stock market due to concerns regarding inflation and supply chain issues. The inception to date return for the RHBT slightly declined by 0.01% to 7.8%. With respect to our Survivors Benefit Trust, similar to the RHBT, the return on investment for the first quarter was also negative, with a loss of $3,000. Net assets of the Survivors Benefit Trust, however, increased by $120,000 since the contribution to the trust during the quarter exceeded expenses by $123,000. So the inception to date return of the trust did not change. Our Section 115 Pension Trust reported a small gain of $11,075 during the quarter. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the latest actuarial valuation report are not yet available at this time. So the only update on this page reflects the latest net value of the District Section 115 Pension Trust, which grew by $11,000 as described in the previous slide. Compared though to the previous quarter's format, we made a minor improvement on this page. We've added a subtotal to reflect the total pension obligations and the market value of our pension pension managed by CalPERS. And since the data on the chart presented on pages 5 to 9 are reflective of the actuarial valuations and there are no changes, I'm going to move over to slide 10. So please move forward to slide 10, please. So our outstanding grants receivable as of September 30, 2021 is $15.6 million. About 88% or $13.6 million of these outstanding receivables are within 90 days. As of today, we've collected about $7.1 million or 97% of the $7.3 million current outstanding receivables. We've also collected 86% of the receivables within 30 to 60 days, 100% of all the receivables within 61 to 90 days, and 87% of receivables over 90 days. Overall, we've collected about $14.4 million or 93% of the total outstanding receivables. Next slide, please. Our total cash and investments in the general fund and working capital fund as of the end of the quarter is $697.8 million, pretty close to the cash and investment balance that we have in the previous quarter. The weighted average maturity of our portfolio during this quarter was 109.5 days, about a month longer than the previous quarter. The weighted average rate of return on our investment in U.S. Treasury is the same at 0.05%. However, beginning in September, as you can see in the chart, we've invested about $61 million in local agency investment fund, which provided a return of 0.24%. Although this rate is quite low, it is about 5 times the return on our investment in U.S. Treasury. The $20 million investment in bond mutual fund reflected in the chart, it really refers to the assets of the Section 115 Pension Trust. Next slide, please. So at the end of September, about $81 million of the district's cash and investments held in the general fund and working capital fund are restricted, and $616 million are unrestricted. The balance of restricted funds held by the general fund increased by $23.4 million, from $58.1 million in June, mostly from advance funding received from VTA per operating and maintenance agreement, and also from advances received from the state of California. Unrestricted capital funds increased by 18.4 million compared to June, principally from capital allocations in the amount of 25.8 million made in the first quarter of fiscal year 22. This was offset by amounts spent on capital projects. So of the total capital fund of 328.3 million, 263.5 million had been allocated to projects, and about 64.8 million are scheduled to be allocated. Next slide, please. Our outstanding bond obligations during the quarter decreased by 65.8 million, principally from principal payments. So on July 1st, we made a payment to our sales tax revenue, outstanding sales tax revenue bonds in the amount of 28.8 million. And on August 1st, we made 26.6 million payment to outstanding Measure AA GEO bonds, and 10.4 million were paid for outstanding Measure RR GEO bonds. Next slide, please. So on this page, significant changes to the reserve balances this quarter mostly involve the activities of the operating reserve for economic uncertainty, specifically related to the federal emergency relief grants. During the quarter, the district recognized federal assistance revenue of 125.2 million, showing us as part of the additions in the chart, from the CRISA grant, and applied about 88 million of that revenue to balance the budget shortfall in the first quarter of fiscal year 22. The balance of emergency relief grants temporarily set aside in the operating reserve is 206.9 million as of the end of the quarter. The increase in the operating reserve for fiscal stability for pension during the quarter is from the small gain recognized in Section 115 Pension Trust. This concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any public comments, so do any directors have questions or comments?
Tom, is that everybody?
President Saltzman,
Oh, it looks like there's two public comments now. So let's go to public comment.
Unidentified participant, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. David Pilfeld. I think last time today, I'm sure that I'm out of order on this, but if you could just make clear for the meeting on the 24th that you said is in the evening, the board meeting schedule for 2022 still says evening meeting TBD. If you could just tell me the time and perhaps update that page on the website, that would be great. Otherwise,
thank you for pointing that out. Every evening meeting, the open session portion will start at 5. And so April, if you could update that, that'd be great. I think it says TBD because if we're going to have closed session, we'll do it before 5. So, but still, I think the public is most interested in open session. So it'd be great to update that. Thank you.
Thanks for, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah. So next public comment.
James, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm interested in hearing where one would find accounting for major capital projects and major planning projects. Thank you.
Thank you. You would be interested in coming to our next BART board meeting on March 24th because we're going to have the first discussion on the budget, the annual budget, and we'll have many meetings over the coming months about that, and we'll discuss that. So Director Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for your report. Just a couple of questions and then maybe a comment. On slide 3, where you've got a summary of trust assets for the OPEB, I see it in the far right column, inception to date return, but it would be really much more helpful to the reader to also include here how many years that inception to date covers. So for example, I believe, actually, I'll just ask you the question on the Section 115 pension trust, how many years did it take to get 1.4% return?
So far we've contributed about the 30 million contribution actually were made over a period of 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the retiree health benefit trust, you got 7.8% inception to date. How many years is that?
I believe we started contributing to the trust in 2003, if I'm correct.
Yeah. So 9 years or 8 years probably. Okay, so that's still an average of about 1% per year. Not terrific. And I point this out because we actually had the opportunity to contribute the $10 million per year that has gone into the Section 115 trust. We had the opportunity to actually just pay down CalPERS layers, and we would have actually gained about 7% each year by doing that. And we save interest cost by doing that. So just wanted to point that out. I realized there was a need to have flexibility in that 115 trust for the purposes of maybe paying current contributions at some point in the future. And then thank you for putting on slide 4, thank you for putting the total there on the pension line, $900 million of unfunded pension liabilities. So we expect that to go down. We actually had some really good CalPERS returns in the year subsequent to 6/30, actually the 6/30/21 year. So we expect that to go down some, but that is still a really large chunk of money that is outstanding as pension liability. And then you did skip over a lot of the pension plan funding charts, but I guess we can get into that later. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Director Ames.
Thank you. I'd just like to piggyback off that question. Chris, is it prudent to pay down the unfunded liability with that additional trust fund money? Have you considered doing that to save on the interest? Basically, with the CalPERS is charging, I don't know, like 6% or something. Maybe I think it's 7%. And we're making 1%, income from the trust fund. So if that makes sense, could we consider making additional payments towards the pension so that our unfunded liability goes down? What do you think about that? Hopefully that makes sense.
Good morning, Director Ames, DGM Jones. I think we would be more prepared to have a discussion about that in our 324 budget discussion. We'll have a lengthy discussion about all those items, and if you'd allow that, we come back at the 24th.
Yeah, great. I'd like to hear those creative ideas. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other directors wishing to comment, so we can move on to the administration items, and I will turn it over to Vice Chair Ames to lead that.
Well, thank you, President Simon. So we have 3 informational items. The first one is the workforce impacts of district retirement incentive program and vaccine mandate. This is our Assistant General Manager, Alaric. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but he is our Assistant General Manager for Administration. So I'd like to turn it over to staff. Hopefully Alaric is.
Yes, Director, I'm here. I'm just waiting on the slide deck and show up on screen there.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, Directors, and President Saltzman. As I'm Alec DeGraffenreid, as Assistant General Manager for Administration here at BART, and this morning I'll be providing you with an update on the workforce impacts of the in the district's and retirement incentive program, and also and the vaccine mandate. And the next slide, please. And this morning, I'll be walking you through briefly, again, the impacts of what we call DRIP, the in the district retirement incentive program, the vaccine mandate, and then likewise how those two things have impacted the train service here at BART. Some of the things that have then changed how we've impacted as a hiring as priorities, then also how the HR and workforce and development as initiatives have been framed as around those things. And the next slide, please. And next slide. And so and just as a reminder, we began looking at the in the district as retirement incentive program back in the late summer and the fall of 2020. The goal of the program was to right size in the district's workforce, to address the long-term budget deficits that we had seen at the time, and to offer as incentive for employees to as retire under this program. At the time, it was forecasted that we would have approximately 1,650 employees in March of 21 that would be able to take advantage of the program. That would equal approximately as a 40% of the total workforce here at BART. And to be open to the program, you would have to be at least as 50 years of age under the classic plan, or you would need to be 52 years of age under the Pepper plan. We also offer those employees to take advantage of the program as an incentive that was equal to and 1 week of base pay for each year of service and they had here at BART. And the next slide, please. And so, as based on that, and we came and before you all in November of 2020, and we got as approval for the plan, and for shortly thereafter, we went into and very quickly implemented the plan within 4 months. And at the end of the day, we had and 287 employees that took advantage of the plan. And next slide, please. In large part of those employees and the 287 employees that took advantage of the program, the overwhelming majority of those employees work within the operations division here at BART. As you can see on the pie chart before you, at 211 of the employees of the and the 287 work within the operations division. Likewise, we had 12 employees work with as BART police. And then finally, the remaining and the 64 employees work in all the other offices here at the district. And the next slide, please. So then the one thing that I just wanted to really focus on and let you know, the savings associated with and the 287 employees that did take advantage of the DRIP program. That if you were to calculate out those the savings associated with that, that would equal for $44.7 million. However, though, during this process, we also realized that we weren't going to be able to successfully operate the system without all those employees in place. So there was a process by which we approved the backfill of as 100. I do want to emphasize we still had 137 positions that were as eliminated by this process. That equaled a savings on as an annualized basis, a savings of as $22.4 million. So that is a considerable number. On top of that, I also want to emphasize that we had some additional savings. We had for short-term savings. That's really the time that you have the backfills that were approved, the 150. For each day that we have a position that is not filled, we have savings as associated with that. And I will speak about that a bit more on the next slide. However, I mean, as addition, and the middle term savings we had is we have about and 75% of the 4,000 or so as employees we have here at BART are on what are on pay steps, meaning that at the time you have as employee hired, that as employee is and brought in at the first step in at the salary scale. Each year, that employee progresses through in the various steps. That being said, at the time of DRIP, and the 287 employees that did take advantage of the DRIP program, and the majority of those individuals were on a STEP program. When you backfill those individuals, they're going to be brought in at the lower step, at the first step. Therefore, we see about as a 15% savings the first year that individual when he's backfilled, that goes down to about 12.5% the second year, and down to about 10% the third. But again, over time, that does equal into real savings for the district. And lastly, and the new hires that are as brought on board through backfills will be brought on under the PEPRA pension plan, and we do see some savings there as well. And the next slide, please. And so again, I'll just quickly summarize here. Of the 150 positions that were approved to be backfilled, we've currently backfilled as 103 of those positions. So we still have as 47 of the DRIP backfill positions we as we're actively trying to fill. However, there are some savings associated with those backfills that are still pending. That's like I was mentioning before. We are seeing as the annualized savings currently of about $6.4 million of those positions. Now, granted, over time, that number is going to shrink because we're going to continue to make efforts to backfill those 47 positions. However, there are still some current savings as associated with them. And the next slide, please. Now, I'll transition to the impacts of the vaccine mandate. And the next slide, please. And as you know, and the district approved back in as October of last year as a vaccine mandate, which was then put into effect in December of last year. At the time of this report in the presentation we prepared, we had a vaccination rate of 99.2% across the district. I can tell you, as of this morning, it's even gone even higher a little bit. It's now up to 99.5%. So it's inching closer and closer. We currently have about as 20 as employees on the books that are currently and not vaccinated. But I will provide some more information about that later as well. But the impacts of the vaccine mandate on the workforce. We've had about as 51 employees that have been as voluntarily and separated because of the mandate. And for that, I'll also clarify. Even though it's labeled as a voluntary separation, these are employees that we know would not have left with the district but for the vaccine mandate. So these are not individuals that chose to leave on their own volition. We feel fairly confident it was because of the vaccine mandate. The reason why we call it a voluntary separation is because as a part of that process, we gave individuals a choice. We said that if you chose to not get vaccinated, you had as a couple different options. Option one would be that you could run out your as accrued time that you had, your vacation and other comp times and things like that, and choose to leave in the district at some point after the 13th of December. The second option you could choose is you could leave the district and you would reserve the right to return to the district within as a 12-month period, so long as between that point that you left and that 12-month period with you coming back, as you did get vaccinated. So that's where we have, so that's the column for the in the voluntary separations. The next column over, getting to the and involuntary separations, those are individuals that chose not to take option one or number two that I just discussed, and that decided to go through as a hearing here at BART, and then at the conclusion of that hearing, we had and to separate in those individuals. So overall, we've had a total of 89 employees that we've lost here at BART because of the mandate, which equals approximately as 2% of the total workforce. And the next slide, please. end of 12 months to trying to frame things up for you because of what's been going on with our hiring. In March of 2021, we had a head count in total of 4,158. As you can see, and as I discussed earlier, we lost 287 individuals due to the drip. We had 89 individuals we lost through the vaccine mandate. We also had, during that same period, we had about 195 employees that left the district, and for various reasons beyond drip in the vaccine mandate. That could be individuals that choose to get a job at some other organization, other people retired, and things like that. But then the positive note, the HR team here at BART's been working very, very hard, along with our colleagues at the various other departments, and we've been able to hire for 20 employees during that same time period. But and the net of it all is we're basically down for 251 employees from March of last year to the March 1st of this year. To give you as a frame of reference, that we're also down 320 employees from March of 2020 to present, and we're about flat from March of 2019 to present. So we're definitely currently operating as a 4-year low with regard to in the headcount right now. And the next slide, please. And so now I'm going to invite my colleague Shane Edwards to talk to you all and to address how DRIP, the vaccine mandate, and several other factors have impacted the on-time train service here at BART, and then I'll jump back in later to talk about some of the other in the HR as initiatives. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Alaric. Directors, I'd like to briefly review the factors that impact
Apologies for the interruption. We are investigating it.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was like almost an emergency alert, but okay. Thank you. Okay, Shane.
District Secretary, slide deck. Yes,
thank you. In March of 2021, BART offered employees who qualified the DRIP. At the same time, we were running reduced service levels compared to now, so the effects of the program did not adversely affect train service. It did, however, have the desired effect of reducing headcount at the time. On August 2nd, 2021, BART increased its train service to pre-pandemic levels, with the exception of Sunday. This was a moment in time that tested our assets and our staff. Soon after implementation of the new schedule, we struggled to meet demand on the cars and staff required to operate at the levels needed to run the upgraded schedule. Reminder, we had not replaced any of the operating headcount lost from the retirement program, as well as for almost a year, many of the legacy fleet had been stored because we did not need as many cars when running a lower service level. As a reaction to the need, we reactivated most of the legacy fleet that had been parked for so long, and this had its own challenges with maintenance and reliability. To bolster the staffing issue, we worked with ATU and Human Resources to promote part-time train operators to full-time, and we're working to refill the part-time pool. As you can see on this chart trend line, we were beginning to level off until the Delta variant. Due to our efforts fighting COVID for an entire year and a half, we were able to minimize the implications of this variant for the most part. Our shops switched shifts. We continued to clean. We mandated face coverings. Social distancing was encouraged. Service went up for the month of October from the dip in September, as you can see. With no breaks between impacts, in November, December, and January, BART was hit with Omicron variant. Just like the rest of the United States, the effects of this variant, along with atmospheric river storm surges in the month of December, which we needed, by the way, caused us to run at a reduced speed profile, causing delays. This lower speed profile does not cause built-in service delay due to speed, but it also reduces the wear and tear on our BART fleet. After reviewing all cases of trains experiencing flat wheels caused by abrupt braking patterns in inclement conditions, we found that none of the trains experiencing this condition in the last quarter happened when running at reduced speed levels during the rain, thus saving our assets from being removed from service at high levels. Also, I will remind everybody again that we were still not accepting any new cars at this time. Our wheel truing machine at Richmond was down for an entire month. We dealt with Omicron, the weather, and one more thing. On December 13th, BART implemented a vaccine mandate. But as you can see from the chart, this is where we start to also turn things around. In January of 2022, we start to improve almost as much as we dropped in December of 2021. What can we attribute this to? One, the rains from December subsided and the wheel truing machine at Richmond was put back in service. This improves our asset reliability. Two, the Omicron variant began to lose some of its potency due to the high rate of vaccinated employees at BART. Three, our employees at BART responded to the needs of service delivery across the entire agency. Four, BART is actively hiring to meet service demands. Five, through collaborative negotiations and constructively working together to complete modifications on the current fleet of new cars, BART and Alstom are seeing increased reliability of the new fleet. Six, in February, we are continuing to recover, as you can see from the trend line, but I want to point out one other thing. We are now accepting new cars again. BART had to make a lot of decisions, as did the rest of the world in 2021, on how we will operate in the present and in the future. Our decisions were not made lightly, and timing of the pandemic and its variants did not make things any easier. This timeline is not just a representation of challenges for BART. This represents what the entire Bay Area went through. BART will do everything it can to run trains on time and provide reliable and safe transportation to the people of the Bay Area. One last thing I would like to point out. Recovery takes time. Alaric, back to you.
And thank you, Shane. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. And so based on some of the and the considerations that Shane just mentioned, as he met with Shane and his staff, we'd also talked to Chief Alvarez, and we were trying to think of ways or some of the positions that we knew we needed to focus on here that would, one, either increase the in the service levels, they would improve in the rider experience, or it would specifically address safety or as a regulatory issue here at the district. So based on that, we summarized the as 11 positions that as you can see on this slide, as the positions that we within the HR team are going to be focusing on to try and find ways to increase the onboarding or increase the as recruitment efforts as associated with these positions. And the next slide, please. And so based on that, I just wanted to provide you all with as a snapshot of and the vacancy rates as associated with those positions that as I just discussed. As you can see, I mean, there are some positions that have and many more individuals in those roles, whether it be the train operators and the station agents. But then we have some positions that we only have, say, the crisis intervention specialist, where we only have for 20 people in those roles, but we know that those roles are going to be is very vital to as the riders in the way that they receive BART. And again, I just want to emphasize that these the numbers you see here is just as a point in time, and they're constantly shifting. We either have a active as recruitment effort, meaning we have a job posted, or we're in the middle of an as evaluation process or the onboarding process with each and every into one of these positions. I'll give you an example. In the crisis, in the intervention specialist on the far right, you can see on the slide here we have as a 40% of a vacancy, but that was as of the 1st of March. As I'm happy to say, on Monday of this week, on March 7th, we just brought on board and for two new as a crisis intervention specialist, and we're bringing on board a third new person on Monday in the 14th. So again, if all these numbers are going to be shifting constantly, but I do want to emphasize our efforts to make sure that we are doing everything we can to close these vacancies as fast as we can. And the next slide, please. And to do that, to find ways to close those vacancies faster, it's really been, I just want to recognize and thank the efforts of the team on the HR team, and Veronica Thomas, the and Director of HR, and Rosalind Bowles, and Antoinette Conta, and the entire, and the talent and the acquisition team. They've been going back in and looking at the processes that we've had in place for years and trying to find ways to make them stronger, faster, better. And I'll just talk very briefly about some of the things they're doing in order to make those processes better. For one, we're looking at the way that we and the applicant and the screening process, and because for some positions it's not too uncommon for us to get hundreds, if not 1,000 or so applicants for a position. That said, BART, unlike the private sector, we have to review and screen every. We have to review and screen each and every one of the applications as we receive. So for example, if we do get 1,000 applicants, to get those 1,000 applicants through an entire process takes a long time. So the thing we've begun doing is start to process those applications in batches. Therefore, we're able to improve the cycle time with the and the application pools. It's really making as a big difference there. Likewise, we're also looking at the way that we schedule some of our the applications and evaluation processes now. So, for example, for the train operators, we've decided to rather than having the simulations one day and the interviews another, we've actually started to combine those all within the same day. That's allowing us to schedule things, to allow us to streamline in the scheduling process with the applicants without making any as compromises to the safety or and the regulatory and compliance issues that we need to address. The last thing I just want to talk about is and the DOJ process. That is a screening process that takes as a fair as amount of time for us. We're in the unfortunate position of not having ever too much control over that position or of that process. So what we've just started doing is to push our applicants into that process sooner, hopefully with the expectation we can get the results back as much sooner as well. And the next slide, please. One thing I also want to emphasize is we're going to be putting some focus on our workforce and development program and our team over the next in the several months here. In the last several years, we've had some vacancies on that team with people that have left the district because of as retirements and resignations. And we weren't, and we chose not to backfill some of those positions as quickly because of and the hiring freeze. But we have recognized, though, we have an ongoing need, whether it be for recruitment, as employee and development, and as retention issues, to make sure that we and build that team up right now. So we are in the process of posting the manager for a workforce and development position. That position should be posted and for later today, actually. And at the same time, we wanted to work with that individual, that person's brought on board, and have them really focus on three main things to start. The first one is that we want them to work with as our labor partners to make sure that we're building stronger and career ladders for our current as employees, because we want to make sure that the employees that we have are given the opportunity to make as lateral moves across the district, for that so they can transfer from one department to another. Because once you have that valuable understanding of the BART and the way we work, we don't want to lose those employees. We want to make sure we're providing them each and every opportunity to find other promotional opportunities here within the district. We're also partnering with our colleague Rod Lee and the external affairs teams. We want to rebuild the relationships we have with our as community partners. And so this has already involved some conversations that we've had within the last several weeks. We're talking to groups like the Cypress Mandela. We're talking to the San Francisco and the City Build organization. We're talking to Opportunity and Junction, to Future Build, the Martinez Unified School District. There are countless groups that we're talking to right now to build those relationships so we can create a pipeline for as a stronger and more diverse workforce here at BART. The last thing we're going to be going back and revisiting the existing programs we have here at BART, whether it be the BART and the Leadership Academy, the Track Worker, and the Transit Pathways program. And next slide, please. And the last thing that I just want to leave you with is BART should be very proud of the amount of and diversity that as we have here at BART. I heard earlier this morning during the presentation we were talking about the level of diversity that's within the districts here at BART. And I think if we were to look at the workforce here at BART, you'd see the same thing. We have a very diverse workforce, and with that said, I'll be working very closely with the Office of Civil Rights, my colleague Amacio Wiggins, to make sure that the hiring programs and the workforce and development programs that we are putting in place, we have a focus on maintaining our diversity, equity, and as inclusion in those programs. We're also going to be looking at exploring the implementation of a new as an applicant and tracking system here at BART. That'll allow us to manage the HR processes and make as data-driven and decisions. It's also going to allow us to possibly do some better some branding efforts as we do in the hiring. The last thing we'll be doing also is just trying to go back and look at as existing tools we have here at BART, making sure that employees are as aware of those opportunities and we are taking full advantage of them. And that could be anything like as assistance programs and some of the and other tools that are as readily as available. With that said, I'll go to the next slide, which I will conclude in my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Alaric. Deborah Finnereed, I hopefully got that right. Our Assistant General Manager of Administration. Before I turn it over to directors, I'm hopeful our district secretary can help us in the public comments. They don't.
Yes, certainly, Director Ames. We do have a couple hands raised. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Vice Chair Liz Ames. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. It's very important. I'm very appreciative of the presentations of Alaric de Graffenried. Hope I got that right. This is very important, and we're seeing benefits of it. And right sizing isn't easy, but there's a reason why they call it right sizing. And we're seeing the benefits of money that we can use to help continue operating this railroad that I and thousands of other people depend on every day. And the vaccination is excellent work. I ask that you as an agency continue to support me, and that every employee of BART continue to support me as a person who is vaccinated and a person who wears masks. So I want the safest, most reliable BART that I can. And we're seeing the benefits of vaccination, that we're having a greater level of service reliability than I have seen on other agencies. There is another agency that I will not name that has had to cut back their service from weekday to Saturday, in part because of an employee shortage due to COVID. And I would presume that some of that shortage was probably due to employees that were not vaccinated. And as we hire new people, this is a different BART than we had 50 years ago. And to hire people with the ideals of public service and the mindset of diversity, And I'm hoping that our new workforce is going to be made entirely of people who are not prone to leave me on the tracks. So this is our chance to redefine our workforce in that the likelihood of me being marginalized because of who I am as a person, not of definition, should be greatly reduced, hopefully eliminated. So I ask that you take this opportunity, that this isn't just about building a more efficient BART, but about building a more inclusive BART, because I'm gonna be back on the system soon. And I'm gonna be wearing a skirt. And I'm vaccinated, and maybe if they have a fourth vaccination, I will try to get it in Grand Central Terminal or nearby, or maybe in a BART station. So this is good work because it exemplifies what I'm saying. BART is not any employee's personal train set, but it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few more public speakers.
Yes, we see another hand. Unidentified participant, please go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. David Bilpel again. So I keep trying to leave and you keep having good things to talk about. So on this item, good story, well told, good work by Alaric, Shane, and all the others. There's probably some Shana Dines in the background as well on labor relations. I think this is a good opportunity to continue to and better match service to ridership demand, which will evolve, especially on the C line. It must be tough for the support staff at the district, the non-operating staff. I'm sure those in the conference room today have done more to keep the district running over the last 2 years with less help throughout the agency. So I want to thank them for their continuing work, seen and unseen, on behalf of the public. And because I don't want to take up any more time, I agree with the other points and programs that Alaric talked about. Great initiatives and good work in all of those areas. Thanks again.
Thank you, David. You have another comment?
I do not see any other hands.
Okay. Well, I don't know who on the board raised their hand first. I'll just go with Janice Lee. She's on the very right left of my screen. So go ahead, Jen.
Thank you so much, Chair Ames. So I really want to thank staff for putting this presentation together. I think it was something that I had personally had an interest in seeing, especially given all the workforce changes and updates over the last couple of years. But I imagine that this is something that all board members really care deeply about. So I appreciate you really bringing this forward. I have like a bunch of thoughts and questions. I'll just like try to combine all my questions together. I definitely agree with what public commenter Alita said. I really think these numbers show that the vaccine mandate was the right move. I know it was difficult in a lot of ways, and I see those separation numbers, but I think it was absolutely the right move. And moving on to everything on slide 12 regarding the service issues, Shane, I really want to thank you for having, immediately put together this, sort of 6-point plan for addressing the on-time service issues. I know we're going to continue getting QPR numbers. I know we've got that update later in this meeting. And I really hope that it is the 6-point plan that is going to bring us back to over 90%. So let me sort of consolidate all my questions. I'll have staff, reply as possible. But really my question for you, Shane, and for the general manager is, will we get back to 90%, and will that 6-point plan be enough to get there? Because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that, everything that we are doing with hiring, I know the BART team is working so hard to get these positions filled, to really address the issues. I'm glad to hear the wheel truing machine at the Richmond shop is working, but ultimately it's a hard numbers, and it's what our riders are feeling and facing every day. Can they trust that they can take BART to get to where they need to? So that's my main question around service. And then in terms of the vacancies, I don't think you have to answer these questions right now. I don't think you may not be able to. I would just say that there's a lot more nuance here that I think that the presentation is really missing. And I appreciate, Alaric, I know that you had shared more numbers with me, but in the future, and as we're talking about our workforce, we really do need to see, breakdowns with bargaining units and non-rep numbers as well. I would like to see how many of these vacancies here. I'm trying to pull up the right slide. I really appreciate slide 10. I think that's a really easy way to visualize headcount and the changes. However, when it comes to backfilling, with the backfills, how much of that is new work, new classifications, how much of that is consolidated work, that's been sort of changed, where are the decision points about how we are filling vacancies and how this work is being taken on? Are there lateral moves? Are there promotions? And, are there previous positions that were rep that are now non-rep or vice versa? I think, we really need to see a much more nuanced picture of these vacancies. And I know that, our headcount numbers, our vacancies are constantly changing, but I would say that a much deeper examination will help us as a board and the general public, and certainly our workers better understand what's going on, because I know there are some workers or some positions where they've just had to take on so much work because certain teams, certain units were deeply affected by DRIP or the vaccine mandate. And then with current hiring priorities, the second question I guess I really want to ask is, I think overall the current hiring priorities make sense to me. I'm in agreement. I will note that we are hiring a ton of folks, which is awesome. Great work to Alaric, Veronica, Maceo, and OCR for really doing what we can to get our positions filled. I do note that there are no support positions noted on current hiring priorities. If you can sort of speak to what those needs are and whether you would see that as a hiring priority as well, because as we're bringing on all these new folks, I want to make sure that, our support positions are also being filled as well. Sorry, there was a mess of things, but I think there are a few questions in there if I could get a staff response.
Yeah, Vice President Lee, Shane Edwards, AGM Operations. I appreciate the questions, the concerns, and the feedback and your support as well. To answer your question, from last quarter, the big takeaways for us was that we eliminated the mechanical failures towards the end of December, and we were able to rebound in January and February, as I was trying to show in the chart, duly because of the dedication of our employees, as well as the mandate, as well as good weather, as well as all of those things that we needed help with, whether in our control or out of our control. We maximized the ones in our control, and then we got a little bit of a reprieve. That being said, answer to your question on meeting the goal, the answer is yes, we will meet it. When will we? I cannot tell you that, because as you've seen, the trend in January and February is exceptional and great, and everybody feels better about it. But as we'd mentioned earlier in today's meeting, March might be a struggle due to our R-line restraints right now. I do know over the last 3 days, our delivery has been roughly in the neighborhood of 75%, which is not great. We don't know the whole cause and effect of what March will bring us, but eventually and soon, Director, we will make goal, yes. Alaric?
And Director, Alec DeGraffenreid, to answer your question about the support positions, I wanted to clarify, on the slide that is labeled the current and the hiring and priorities, I just want to be very clear that if that doesn't mean that that's the only positions that we're working on. So we are actively working to fill those positions for sure, but we're at the same time dedicating equal resources to support all other positions here at the district, which includes the support position. So, and my colleague, whether it be Pam Harehold in finance, or my colleague Ravi Misra for IT. So we're actively working with each and every one of those the AGMs and department heads to make sure that their positions are getting filled. Likewise, we're working with as our labor partners in those areas as well.
Well, thank you for those answers. For Shane, like I absolutely believe that everyone at BART is committed to getting over 90% on-time service again as quickly as possible. I trust you all to do that, and that will bear itself out in the actual numbers. And then Alaric, I would just say that I would like to see that support, here as well. Because, as we are hiring all these folks, I want to make sure Pam and admin, or whether it's like general counsel or wherever, is getting that support with those hires. I think that should be shown here as well. Thank you. I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Julie. And also, I think the comment was to get a better breakdown on the vacancies. I was trying to take some cryptic notes after Director Lee's comments, but yeah, the I guess description on the vacancies, or a breakdown of the vacancies, I thought I heard that too. But anyway, I'll go to President Saltzman.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward. I agree with Director Lee's comments, and especially I think we all want us to get far past 90% service. I know that's not all based on staffing. There's equipment issues too, like what's happening on the R line right now. But that has to be the biggest goal, especially as ridership is returning pretty quickly now, finally. I got a lot of my questions answered during my briefing, but the one I didn't get answered, and I still don't think it was answered today, slide 10 focuses on the past 12 months, but I think it's really important for us to look at the past 2 years, because that's the time of the pandemic. And of course, the biggest thing that was done at the beginning of the pandemic was there was a hiring freeze for a very long time, except on the most essential positions. So were you able to get the numbers on what the headcount was on March 1st, 2020, and how that compares? And I think going forward, if we're going to have more updates on this, that's really what the benchmark we should be looking at.
As President Saltzman, I'm sorry if I didn't say the exact number. I just talked about the variance from the current. But in the head count on March 1st, and I'll give you the last in the 5 years, just to be more as inclusive. The head count for March 1st in 2018, it was 3,714. The head count for March 1st, 2019 was 3,908. The head count on March 1st in 2020 was 4,227. And then on the slide it says it, but I'll say it again. For March 1st, 2021, it was 4,158. And then the current head count for March 1st, 2022 is at 3,907.
Okay.
So currently the current head count we're at as a 4-year low.
Okay, that's really helpful context that I think gets missed in this presentation for somebody just glancing at it. It's obviously there's been a big decrease in the past year, but even bigger, in the past 2 years. And it's important to considering we're putting out basically the same service we put out 2 years ago, slightly different, but the same amount of service. So I'd like to see that in the future. And I'd like to make sure our slides are updated for when we give presentations to the community about, where our headcount has reduced, because I think they're a little bit off. So just want to make sure you're working together between departments to have the right numbers there. So I don't have any additional questions or comments on this.
Thank you, President Saltzman. We actually have one public comment. I would like to open this up to Mr. Doug Blackshear.
Doug, please go ahead on this item.
Yes, thank you, President Saltzman and BART Board of Directors. As consistent with and reflective of the board in regards to reflecting the Black community, And we found, since only one disagreed with the redistricting of using map, I believe it's B and C. I'd like to know the numbers of African Americans, Black, both male and female, of hiring that you're doing, considering our share of labor and economic development for the Oakland East Bay Democratic Club. I'd like to know the percentage of African Americans that are hired to some of these good paying jobs at BART. I hope it's not consistent with the percentage of representation on this board. Thank you. And my name is Doug Blackshear.
Thank you, Mr. Blackshear. Possibly after we get the board comments, we can provide that response. I know we're very diverse, the most diverse agency I've seen, but we will try to answer that question. So I'll move over to Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to second Mr. Blackshear's request. I think it's important for us to be able to demonstrate our diversity in our workforce. So I would ask staff to follow up with Mr. Blackshear on that and make sure he gets the information he's looking for. I also want to say thank you to Alaric and Shane. Oh, staff, did you have follow-up?
Yep. Director Foley, President Saltzman, we will provide that information to the board and to the public commenter for sure.
Thank you, Bob. I wanted to thank Alaric and Shane. Very informative presentation. Thank you. I appreciate the way it was summarized. For me, this is an opportunity to review if we're right-sized. And we need to make sure we're focusing on filling positions that support train service right now. System service workers, police officers. We must keep the system clean and safe to welcome back riders. And really, every train, we should be focusing on cleaning them every time it turns around. This is an opportunity to make a second first impression. So I think we really need to focus on those customer-centric positions and getting them filled. I had a question. How are we partnering with our building trades councils and community colleges to educate folks about career opportunities at BART? And are there areas that we could improve that?
And Director Foley, Alaric DeGraffenreid, so we are beginning to meet with the in community colleges and even at the high school districts actually right now to learn more about the programs that they have and how can we get some of their students into positions here at BART. So we're in the process of doing that right now. Like I said earlier, we just met earlier this week with the Martinez Unified School District, and through those conversations, we've been able to make some other connections as well. So we are actively doing that right now, and there's not as an easy way of doing it. It's just a series of meetings with group after group after group, and then hopefully being able to cobble together as a program that's going to create some meaningful opportunities.
All right, thank you, Alaric. I think it's key for us really to continue to do the outreach, but also not just to the administrators, but to the students, those folks that know they have opportunities that don't always have to mean a four-year degree, and that people have an opportunity for a meaningful career. And sort of talking a bit about that, actually, two other things I just wanted to mention. I really think one of the keys to employee retention is a strong internal promotion process. I encourage you to work with labor to create meaningful career paths for employees. When someone joins an organization, to know that they actually have the opportunity to stay at a company, an agency, for their career, and know that they've got meaningful work and a path is critical for retention. And lastly, I really do think we need to look at and improve our supervisory training. We need to make sure that full manager and supervisor training programs are available. That directly impacts morale and retention. And so I do think we can do a better job of ensuring that's happening. So with that, I'll turn it back to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Foley. Great questions, comments. I hope maybe Alaric can expand on this, that I hope that we are advertising and working with our community colleges. get those new job openings to them and so they have some hope, something to aspire to. Maybe you can answer this at the end of the meeting, at the end of this section here, but I'd like to go to Director Allen. Thank you.
Thank you. Alaric, I've got a few questions for you and then just a couple comments. Can we go to slide 6 on the drip? And I apologize if I missed this, maybe in your comments or the rest of the presentation. So we've got here the cost of, or actually the total savings from the 287 people who retired, and then, offset by the 150 that we rehired. And what I'm wondering is, does this net eliminated position savings of 22.4 million, does that include an addition for the cost of things like the payout actually? So, we paid out 1 week for every service. That was an additional cost. And does it include the cost of amendments to the retirement plans that had to be made and some legal counsel and other things that had to happen to actually implement the DRIP program?
Yeah, so and Director Allen, on that slide, the $22.4 million, that's the savings of the as eliminated positions, but it does not include the one-time incentive costs that we had to incur to implement the program. The cost associated with that is as $14.1 million.
14.1. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, if we prorated this because it happened in March and, so there was probably a loss in fiscal year 21, and then these savings are what we would have seen in fiscal year 22, correct?
And that's correct.
Okay. I just think, I'm sorry. Was there a comment?
So apologies, Director Allen. Alaric and I were confirming numbers. In fiscal year 21, we had 1/4 of labor savings. So the net between the labor savings and the $14 million payout was approximately $6 million.
6 million negative for that year.
Yes, savings.
Okay. Well, no, that couldn't be. If you spent 14 million on payouts. But okay, I guess so. And let me just make a general point. It would have been nice to have seen that information here, because this is not really, we know that there was a negative savings in fiscal year 21 and offset by this. And now we, I imagine that by fiscal year 23, we will have maybe not, replace the people in the positions eliminated, but we've created new positions that we desperately needed. And I'm all for that kind of progress where we are eliminating positions that of yesterday in favor of filling positions of tomorrow. That's a good path to be on. So, but I had hoped we would kind of, with an update like this, we would see like the total picture, which is that there was a cost to all of these people retiring. And I think there are still ongoing costs to recruiting some of the ones that we still need to fill. There are some management positions I know that need to be filled. So, okay.
So Director, just so I can be clear, a lot of that information, if not all of that information, was provided to the BART Board of Directors, numerous meetings during the retirement incentive program as it unfolded. And then, Director, hold up, please. Just let me finish, please, ma'am. And then, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Harehold, AGM of Finance and Budget, provided a memo that summarized that to the board. So I will put I'll go back and I'll find that memo and I'll resend that to the board for the entire board.
Okay. Well, and that's fine, except that the public doesn't get to see the whole picture when we put a slide up that says we're saving $22 million, because there was a cost to that. That's the only point. And I think, so going forward, as we look at, and I had to sort of do some math on a slide much later, but on slide 10, you've given us the actual head counts of where we were at different points, which is great. But I also would like to see something that says, but here's how many we were working on filling. And I think maybe you mentioned that in some of your comments with the other director. But then if you go further further into the slides, I think to slide 14, we sort of see here, if we add up all of these things, that there's probably more than 250 positions that are currently vacant, that are priority positions that we're looking to fill. So I think, in slide 10, while these are actuals, I kind of like to see also, we haven't really hired them all, and that's what you've shown on slide 14, right? So the 250 between 4158 and 3907 on slide 10, I think you said there was somewhere around 250 heads that we've gone down, but it looks like on slide 14 that we're going to be hiring those, correct?
Correct. So we are actively trying to fill the positions on slide 14 because of the direct impact they would have to delivering increased service, improving the rider experience, and addressing a safety or as a regulatory issue. However, to your point, this does not address all of the vacancies here at the district. We currently have over 700 vacancies.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm getting at, is on slide 10, you're kind of showing us actual where we are, and that tells a good story for why, we have been, maybe not so much now, but maybe struggling a bit over the last several months with service. But at the end of the day, and I'm sure we're going to get all this budget information at the next meeting, I hope, of what we intend to, budget for in the next fiscal year. But with, if you look at slide 10, you said to us, we've dropped 250, but the reality is we're hiring for 700. That's really the big picture, right? That's the whole picture. Right? Wrong?
Director Allen, this is Pam Herhold. So if we go to slide 10, which I believe is the comparison of how we've hired over time, I know we've brought this up in board meetings before. It's a challenging comparison to make because looking back to March 2020, which was the verbal figure that Alaric gave you, we've added SVBX, we've added 10 miles of track and 2 stations, and significant headcount there. And we've also, you might recall in the fiscal year 22 budget, we added a number of heads for the cleaning, which is that green bar that you see on this chart here. So there's a lot of puts and takes on it. And I know we've addressed it before, but we're happy to continue to try to, clarify the information.
Well, I think it's a continual issue that we should be updated on regularly. And having addressed it some months back, doesn't mean that you don't keep giving us new information, because it's changing rapidly. And I, for one, would like to see, as we go through time and as we look at new budgets and how those budget changes, I would like to also see how these headcounts change. But I would like to not just see actual, I'd like to see, well, here's where we are, 3907 at March 1st, but we got 700 more that we can hire. And I'm not sure we would hire them all before the end of this fiscal year, but I guess that's the question. What's our timeline for hiring those 700 vacant positions?
I don't have an exact, as a timeline director to tell you exactly when we're going to have all those vacancies filled, because there's a mix of positions, capital positions, operating positions. However, I can commit to you that going forward, I will make sure that me and my staff provide the board more generally a periodic report on our staffing of the positions, showing both the filled positions and the vacancy rates.
That would be great. Thank you, Alaric. That would be most helpful. And then I think the last me see. I do want to second Director Foley in talking about how we do need to improve the cleaning of the trains at every single end of line and more regularly, and the comments about engaging the building trades in our hiring programs. Those are also really great ideas. I'm glad you're working on those things, Alaric. So thank you to all of you for the presentation.
Thank you, Director Allen. Those are great questions. I look forward to getting a better breakdown on the vacancies and the positions we're going to add or we're not going to fill. But with that, let's go with finally, I think, Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Lee Ames. I'm going to buttress the comments by Directors Lee and Foley in particular. And everybody's made good comments on this item. When I first read this agenda item, I noted the 47 vacancies, and my question was, gee, are we slow walking the rehiring, or are we really going all out? Because as we'll see in the quarterly performance report later this afternoon, the system service workers and the utility workers, the people who keep the stations and the trains clean, we're particularly short of. And money can be saved in the budget. So there's this trade-off of, we get a favorable result by not hiring. So I was really gratified to hear Alaric point out that, they're really moving forward with the workforce development program. And I want to see that those people that are starting out on the lowest rungs have those opportunities to continue to move up the ladder and into other parts of BART. I think many of our workers exemplify that opportunity that they've been given. So let's keep that moving. And in terms of workforce development, training in our community colleges, just to provide people with the necessary skills. You have to be able to read and write to do any job at BART and to move on. And so let's get people through these programs and continue to train our own people so that they can progress on up the ladder. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Oh, sorry. I thought there was another public comment. So just to wrap this up, I really appreciate what was presented today. It was a lot of information. It sounds like we've got a lot of data that we need to provide, information on vacancies. I heard the public say we need to, right sizing is not easy. Ms. Decree had mentioned this. And I look forward to looking at the detail of these positions. And maybe there is some kind of right sizing that can be done, and maybe other departments grow and other departments don't. But I look forward to seeing this creative process with Alaric's help. And with that, I think do we want to go, President Saltzman, do we want to stop here on the administration or administrative items? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to jump in because I don't think we'll get through the next item in just a couple minutes. So I think it's time to take a break and then go into closed session. So how about we have just slightly less than a 15-minute break and go into closed session at 12:50. And for members of the public, the items that we'll be discussing under closed session are items 11A, B, and C. And then after closed session concludes, we will return to open session. Are there any public comments only on the closed session items? We will not take public comments on anything else. I see that there's still a hand up. I think it's from before, but I guess we should check. But again, only public comment on the closed session items.
Doug, did you have a public comment on the closed session items?
No, thank you. I was going to comment on the previous, but thank you for checking on me. I'll see you after the break.
Okay, so we will now go into closed session and we'll return afterwards. I'm guessing closed session will take some time between an hour and a half, but we'll just have to see how it goes. Thank you.
Audio check from 1002.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
So it looks like we have a quorum. We had told the board we'd start at 1:50, so that's in a minute. So we'll be ready to start in a moment. And we'll go back to the administration items. Okay, it's now 1:50, so we'll start up again in open session. There are no announcements to make from closed session, so we'll return to the administration items. Vice Chair Ames.
Thank you. So we're reconvening the administration items, agenda item number 7, B and C. B is the fiscal year 2022 first quarter financial report for information. And item C is fiscal year 2022 second quarter financial report for information. So I was hoping we could do this together, do those two items together if you don't mind. It's just for information, and I'd like to turn this over to Pam Harold and Chris Seamy with performance and budget.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson Ames. We will go over the second quarter financial report as that includes information and results from the first quarter. Happy to take questions on both items, but I'll turn it over to Chris Seamy, our Budget Director, right now.
Yes, good afternoon, Directors. Christopher Seamy, Budget Director here. Your packets contain a detailed memo on our financial performance so far, so I'll just run through the highlights here. And as Pam mentioned, I'll be speaking to the second quarter. First, I'll orient you to what you're looking at. So we continue to iterate this report, so a few things have moved around with the goal of making it more clear. And April, if you would just zoom out a bit so they can see the whole page, I'd appreciate that. So looking across the top, thank you. The teal columns show actuals while green shows budget. The variance columns are in dark blue. On the far end in orange are year-end forecast columns, which I'll discuss at the end. The top third of the page shows our traditional revenue sources before federal emergency assistance. Through Q2, we came in $7.8 million above budget on operating revenue, but I must caveat that most of that came in the first quarter. We expect Q3 to come in significantly below budget. Moving down to financial assistance, the story here is sales tax.
Sorry.
$20 million.
Excuse me, can we just zoom in? Because it's hard to read this. I don't know if the public can see
Sure.
the screen. Sorry about that, Chris.
No problem.
There we go. If April, yeah, the secretary can scroll down. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure. So I was just right in that financial assistance, which is kind of in the middle of the screen right now. So the story there is sales tax. Halfway through the year, we're $20 million above budget in financial assistance. So all in, our traditional before federal assistance revenue sources came in $23 million above budget. The middle of the page with the bottom of what you're looking at there, which is operating expense. Those operating expenses came in about $44.2 million below budget, which is about 10%. This is driven by our vacancy rate. So with less people than expected, salary spending comes in below budget. In some cases, this does push operating overtime above budget as well. Right now, through the second half of the fiscal year, we're running about $1.5 million above budget on net overtime. There's not much to say on debt service and allocations, which, April, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down, I'd appreciate it. All the way to the bottom of the page there. Thank you. So, oops, there you go. So I'll jump to the net result before assistance line here toward the bottom of the page, which is what's really important. And it's also new to this report, so we wanted to take a moment to discuss it. You'll see on the under budget, you'll see a negative $189.6 million there, kind of highlighted in green. And so that was our budgeted net result halfway through the year. The number below that is the inverse, which is how much federal emergency assistance we expected to offset that net result. So in other words, we expected to need about $190 million in assistance to balance our budget halfway through the fiscal year. Looking at the actuals column, however, we ended up needing $127 million, which is a reduction of $62.4 million. So that is good news, but at this point, I do want to draw your attention to the year-end forecast column on the far right, which shows where we think we will end by June 30. The takeaway here is that we expect positive news to be reduced to about $18.5 million. So it's still good news, but less of it. There's two factors driving the forecast that I'll touch upon quickly. First, ridership is expected to come in below budget by year end. We started to see this at the very end of the second quarter. This should, however, mostly be offset by above budget sales tax. Second, on the expense side, expenses do tend to pick up in the second half of the year, especially as we increase hiring. And so that'll bring the overall forecasted underspend down to $20.4 million. So the net result, sort of after you do all the subtractions and the additions there, is about $18.5 million reduction in our need for federal assistance when compared to the adopted budget. That's just a quick summary of the QFR. The following page shows details on ridership, and the final page, Appendix 1, shows a breakdown of federal emergency assistance by how much we've been awarded, drawn down, what's been used, and what remains. Unfortunately, we were not able to update it with the most recent ARP allocation in time for mail-out, so it is no longer current. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the ridership slide that we can show? I thought there was more information that we could provide.
Sure, April, that's just the next page if you want to keep scrolling down.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the public for public comment. Do we have any comments, Secretary?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, with that, I'll turn it over to the director. So President Saltzman.
Thank you. I just want to say this is a good news story. I know when I opened these documents, I was nervous about what I would find, especially since we knew ridership was down in the last quarter. And so sales tax, which of course we have no control over, that's been so far up and that will balance our fare revenue is great. But what is also great is how much you're keeping expenses down. So I just want to thank staff for all of your work to do that at the same time as bringing more funds in. But I think it's really good news that we're going to likely end the year, that we're projecting to the end of the year with more left in the emergency funding than we had thought we would, at the end of last year. So let's keep working to make that happen. Thank you.
President Saltzman. Anyone else? Any other board members? Wow, we're really going to go through this fast. So yeah, I guess overall there's a little bit of savings, but I guess the disappointment for me is just we're below our ridership forecast. Who knew the second variant would come in? Maybe this is our new normal, and I appreciate the forecast that we had for the year, although we're not meeting the targets, and I would expect this. Well, we already saw the estimates that we might meet, I think 100% of ridership like 5-8 years from now. So we have a long road to go, and I hope that we can talk about incentives and getting our riders back Possibly, I would just throw this out there that lower fares, another discount program. If Google is and other tech companies are thinking about asking their employees to come back 3 days a week, maybe we can offer some incentives before the end of the year that we'd have a discount fare program. Just throw that out there, and possibly free parking. Okay, that was my shout out, but with that, I will wrap this up. That concludes the administrative items. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll go to the engineering and operations items. Chair Duffy.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to welcome Daniel Cooperman, who is the manager of social service partnerships and doing a fantastic job to present this item.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors, President Saltzman and Chair Duffy. Daniel Cooperman here, Senior Manager of Social Service Partnerships, here today to discuss the district's restroom attendant pilot and subsequent amendment to continued services. Next slide, please. I'll begin with the update on the pilot. Underground restrooms were opened in February 2022 at both Powell Street and 19th Street stations. BART entered into agreement with District Works LLC to manage the attendant pilot program at these aforementioned stations. Staff anticipates Montgomery and Lake Merritt Street Station restrooms to open in June of this year. Important to note, District Works staff during all BART operating hours. Next slide. This slide gives you some metrics from the first month of operation. Just a quick note, it's not the full month of February, as you can see the opening dates there. The restroom saw over 9,000 total users, which led to 111 bikes safely stored, 187 mobility impaired users, and 56 families with strollers. Even with all this use, less than 2 calls a day for cleanup were needed. Next slide. Wanted to briefly discuss system-wide misuse of the non-attendant restrooms. 2021 saw the district need 688 repairs to the restrooms, which equates to 2,000 needed hours of labor. For the month of January 2022, we saw 165 repairs, needing a total of 365 labor hours, while both Powell Street and 19th Street restrooms required 0 repairs. Next slide, please. Here's a little visual of the difference between unattended and attended restrooms. By having restroom attendants as seen, we are able to positively impact the overall rider experience by providing a clean and functioning restroom, something we're very proud to note. Next slide, please. Here's the current status of the pilot. The initial pilot was awarded to District Works under the GM's authority. This agreement here is to fill the gap until the district has sufficient staffing to utilize system service workers, which is the long-term goal. The opening of Lake Merritt and Montgomery make it necessary for additional District Works staff in the meanwhile. The CDD, if approved, will authorize the continuation of the pilot at 19th Street and Powell Street and the expansion of the next 2 stations until BART is sufficiently staffed to take over this initiative. Next slide. Staff recommends the board authorize the GM to execute this amendment, and that's all for me today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Acting District Secretary, do we have any public comment speakers?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, let me just ask, Mr. Cooperman, is Mr. Jones, is he in the audience?
Yes, Andrew Jones, the CEO of District Works, is on.
Yeah, I wondered if we could, Mr. Jones, I just thought it would be important for you to kind of share a bit about your organization's experience so far, your employees that have been there, anything that you could elaborate since the numbers look so good.
Yeah. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for having us here today. Thank you to the directors of the board and staff. Just broadly, I think the program has gone quite well. We've been able to staff every one of our contracted hours. We've had nothing but really incredibly positive feedback from the public. I think Danny's slide about maintenance repairs and the cost was pretty compelling. And honestly, when I just saw that, it was shocking. So I think the program is working. I just left 19th, just checking in with our staff down there. Restrooms are open. They're looking great. So, as far as we can tell so far, it's going as it was planned.
Good. I didn't want you to miss the opportunity to enjoy a good news story. So thank you so much for speaking to us. Assistant District Secretary, is there any other members of the public on queue?
I don't see anyone.
Okay, super. I see Director Rayburn. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Duffy, and thank you, Andrew, for sticking around throughout the meeting to share the report. And thank you, Daniel Cooperman, for really underlining how much savings this program does represent for the district, that we're spending money on salaries rather than repairs while disgusting our passengers. And I can just share that at 19th, which I see on almost a daily basis, there's a steady stream of people using those restrooms. And when I see a mother with children, that's the canary in the mine. They wouldn't stand in line to wait for a restroom before. They went and found other options. So we are doing a tremendous transformative effort to win back public support through this effort. And I want to make sure that we're moving forward with the next stations at Montgomery and Lake Merritt. As well, I want to underline the point made on slide number 6. And on that, it states that long-term goal will be to staff restrooms with system service workers. That makes so much sense. The people who are charged with maintaining the facilities would be given extra training to go in and smile at our customers and ask if everything was to their expectations. The question I have is when? So when will we negotiate this new contract?
Director Rayburn, Shane Edwards here. I'm assuming you're referring to the handover to system service?
That's right.
Okay. Well, with the hiring process and to the point of an earlier presentation, I estimate that to be ready to start negotiating with SEIU and also training that staff in about 8 to 10 months. The reason being is because, to the points made earlier and the concerns, system service and utility workers are actually being promoted within BART. And then also new staffing is hard to train up and keep and retain them. So we are struggling with that, but the hiring process is moving forward. I estimate 8 to 10 months will be ready.
And could we, in terms of workforce development, I don't know if Alaric's considered this, but
in principle,
those wonderful people that are down there today working for District Works, I don't know that Andrew wants to part with Johan, who I met the other night, and a couple of others, but nevertheless, I would like to see that if they decide that they would like to find a career ladders program at BART, that we put them in the queue.
Director Rayburn, Deputy General Manager Jones, Alec's not in the room, but we will convey that to him. And I just wanted to make sure that, just to follow up on Shane's answer, we do have an agreement with SEIU. We don't have a formal agreement, but we do have a written agreement with SEIU that at such time staffing supports it, we will transition it over. So that's clear and transparent right now.
Good. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Director Foley?
I'm good. Director Rayburn handled it.
Okay, wonderful. So Mark, would you be willing to make a motion?
So moved.
Second. Oh, Director Allen, I'm sorry, and Director Ames, I'm sorry, I missed you. Director Allen, I'll start with you. I think you're muted.
Okay, I've got some questions for you. So on the just on the duties of the restroom attendants. So do the restroom attendants actually clean the restroom when something is left behind? I'm seeing Director Dufty say no. Is staff available to answer these questions?
No, they do not, Director Allen.
Okay, so are they able to like talk to patrons and give directions if somebody needs to know which way to go and how to get to a train? Do they do that kind of work?
No, they refer those folks to the station agent.
But in effect, that is a referral. So they're telling people where to go to get information.
So they're just telling them to go to the station agent. Okay, and so are they there for any kind of safety work? So, they have the ability to ask someone to stop doing something that is damaging or disruptive or anything like that?
They are there to report incidents to BART staff.
Okay. So incidents, like what kind of incidents would they report?
Any type of misuse of the restroom or someone who's in the restroom for longer than the allotted time guidelines.
Cleaning needs.
Or cleaning needs that ongoing.
So if they see that something needs to be cleaned, then they call someone who comes and cleans it?
Correct.
The system service worker, yeah.
I'm just curious. I mean, this is really a fantastic, top-notch service that we could provide to people watching over restrooms. But I just think like there's so many other things that we could be paying $2 million for, that it seems to me like maybe the system service worker, instead of waiting to be called, could just check on the restroom every hour and peek in there and make sure it's okay and sign off like they do in businesses. There's a little log where they sign off that they were there and they checked and things were clean. I do not see the need to have somebody standing there 20 hours a day watching over the restroom. Given that it appears they don't have any duties other than the same duties that maybe even a camera could do if we had a camera watching the entrance to the restroom and we monitored it. So I'm having a hard time with this. I guess a couple of other questions. You've got a slide that's, and I'm just gonna actually go flip over to the slides. You've shown us a slide here that says $2 million for fiscal year 22-23, and that's what we're being asked to approve. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how are we paying for them now, between now and the end of fiscal year 22 until June?
Under the GM's authority.
But his authority is what?
Director Allen, Deputy General Manager Jones. So the General Manager has the authority to award agreements up to $99,000. And so the initial pilot was awarded for that amount, and he's requesting authorization to extend that amount to $2 million. That requires board authority.
Okay, so does the 99,000 take us through June? Does that pay for through June? Because my understanding is the contract was already written for that. So how far down the road does $99,000 get us?
The current projection is that the 99,000 would cover 19th Street and Powell Streets till the end of this month.
So then what you've put on your slide here is not really correct then, because you've said it's for fiscal year 22-23. So how far down the road, if we get to the end of this month with 99,000, how far down the road do we get with $2 million?
So the plan is that the additional authority that the general manager is requesting would cover the 19th Street and Powell, as well as the 2 new restrooms that will be open by the end of the fiscal year, to such point where Shane has sufficient system service workers to take over the work.
To the end of this fiscal year 22?
23.
So the $2 million.
Sometime in fiscal year 23, depending upon where Shane can get the staffing up to speed on the system service side.
Okay, so this $2 million, okay, let me just ask it this way. How much per month for the 2 stations? What's this costing us per month for 2 stations?
And I'm sorry, you're asking per month costs per station?
Yeah, I mean, because it's kind of uncertain what time frame and what we're really doing here. To me, this is
so a fully staffed station costs a little over $400,000 a year for 12 months.
Okay.
So
okay, that's good. I can do the math from there. Okay, so then I guess I'm just curious, you know, I mean, I've got restroom, and by the way, before I get there, let me go to your slide, the slide that you've given us for, that shows the, oh, you don't have numbers. Oh yeah, you do. Slide 4, okay. Where it says the repairs costs for the entire year of 2021 was $500,000 for repairs on the restrooms. And then it looks like 1 month in 22 was 60,000. So we're probably on track to have higher system-wide restroom costs, repair costs, correct? Is that what this means?
Well, Director Allen, if you extrapolate it for 12 months, it would be slightly over the $500,000. I would agree with that, yes.
Yeah, it's way more than that. So, okay, but then your next slide, slide 5, kind of shows the difference between 2 restrooms. And I think this isn't really a fair, complete comparison, because your restroom on the left, that's a mess. Those restrooms were single occupant with a door that a person could lock, and they were locked in until they came out, or somebody broke in and got them out, right? If somebody, you know, collapsed or something bad happened. I think that's an entirely different scenario than our new restrooms, which look like that lower box, which are beautiful, but they are more like a airport restroom where a person can wander in and check, like a system service worker can wander in and check and make sure something, you know, is not out of order. I think that form of restroom is going to create less repairs, but also the repair costs of our restrooms had probably a lot to do with the age of these facilities as well. So I don't know that it's fair to compare 1 month of Powell with no repair costs on a brand new restroom to the.
Excuse me, Director Allen, if I could just cut in. So to answer your question, yes and no. Powell Street is that airport style, as you mentioned, but 19th Street is the single use, and the next 2 restrooms that are slated are also more of a single use, like in that picture with the damage.
Okay, but they'll be brand new, right? With new plumbing and new toilets and sinks. Yeah.
So Director, we're tag teaming here. So 19th Street, yes, it's part of the modernization project, but the 2 new ones that are coming online are being refurbished by M&E, and that doesn't necessarily mean new. That's just getting them up to a point where we can open them. So I want to temper your expectation a little bit on that.
I would just say to you that, I mean, the maintenance costs are the maintenance costs, and yeah, you know, I don't see how the maintenance costs are going to be less. I don't see that spending this kind of money on a dedicated attendant is going to reduce the maintenance costs by an amount that is equivalent. I just don't see that. The repair costs are the repair costs. And those repairs, when you have open style restrooms, I would think are going to be reduced, because you've got people that are not going to be comfortable hanging out there for a long time. That's kind of why we do that in a lot of public facilities. But so I guess, you know, the real question here is it kind of comes down to priorities. We have so many other priorities. We have a brand new station at El Cerrito, brand new restrooms, but we don't have attendants there. But we've chosen to put them in San Francisco. The priority of having a dedicated person there in front of the restroom does not make sense to me, when we could just maybe up our system service worker check-ins a little bit, and really focus our patron service, which is kind of what we're talking about. We're talking about people that serve the public who can't really even serve the public because they got to send somebody to the station agent to get directions. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me on a cost benefit level. I would think that we could spend $2 million more on expediting our fare gate programs, or on maybe more policing, more police patrols, or more of other things that benefit kind of everyone, particularly more patrols on the trains. And I think that's what the general public wants, is more help on the trains rather than someone dedicated to standing in front of a restroom. So I'm not going to be supportive of this. I just think we have so many other issues in front of us. We're struggling on the red line. We've got all these operational issues. We're short on employees. And I just think in the grand scheme of priorities, this is just really low.
Thank you, Director. I guess Director Ames, I'm going to ask for your patience. Thank you. I just want to offer a couple of points. I think from the standpoint of the public, we have hundreds of people that are accessing the restrooms that are currently open daily. And I think that having a physical presence there makes a huge difference, because it shows that there's oversight. It shows that there's someone who's going to take action. It shows that there's somebody who is there 2 minutes before you got there and understands what the dynamic in any situation is there. I think that the reason that we're in this situation with restrooms is because we've not prioritized it, and we've not put resources in it to make it function well and to give our customers the assurance. I think this is an extremely worthwhile expenditure, and I think it's been a huge success that there's not been a single incident that has taken place. And that's exactly what happened with the elevator attendants. I mean, we've taken two functions that were in dire straits, and that, people with disabilities would not be able to access, whether it was an elevator or access a restroom that they could be safe in, and now they are. So I think that's kind of in the priceless category. Director Ames and then Director Saltzman.
Well, I am struggling with this additional service to monitor the restrooms, because I am in favor of updating the restrooms and opening the restrooms. I think that's a civil right. People need to go to the bathroom, and we need to have bathrooms, restrooms. So have we pursued additional funding to support something like this from San Francisco or the city or county to support this effort?
Do you think everyone's a San Franciscan that uses the restroom?
No, I was just curious as to one of the, I was just referring to the PAL. Sorry, that was.
I'm just saying that they're not, people are using it, and they're not all San Franciscans. They're folks from the East Bay and North Bay and things of that sort. Daniel, I'm sorry, you've got a question.
Yeah, I'm just looking for, other partnerships to help fund the restroom attendant program. Because to me, San Francisco, I'm just thinking of San Francisco because I see a lot of activity where, I'm walking down Market Street, I smell urine by the library next to Market. So I don't think there's free public restrooms in San Francisco by the BART stations or anywhere near. So I think what's happening is those folks are coming into the station because there's a restroom and people need a restroom. So that's, to me, the nexus of asking another agency to help us help them as well. Because I smell urine on the sidewalks. I know they power wash. So I'm just asking if we've pursued additional funding from say the city of San Francisco or the city of Oakland.
So Daniel, are you responding to this?
Yeah. So we have a great partnership with the city and county of San Francisco. You heard this morning about the work we did on Measure K reauthorization. They're a partner with us with the elevator attendant program. On this particular instance, on where we're going with reopening the underground restrooms that are in the paid area of the BART system, and it's system-wide. And ultimately, they're going to be SEIU, our frontline men and women operating these restrooms and staffing these restrooms. We have not, to answer your question, on that particular topic, Director Ames. On the other side of the coin, that's my job the last month, has been really trying to find money for the district, and I think we've been very successful in that.
Well, thanks, Bob. I'm just saying that I see a partnership happening here to fund this program partially. I mean, I don't know if this is possible at this stage, but I would like to see a partnership just because of what I've just explained, what's happening on the streets of these cities. I don't believe there are public restrooms out there and they go into BART. And the other problem I just am struggling with is that I went to Union City and South Hayward stations and early this morning, and I saw, stains on the concrete. I saw at South Hayward, I saw, there was urination in the elevator. And I thought again of the scrub crews. And again, the scrub crews to me is we have an opportunity cost if we decide to spend $400,000 a year per station, or we could spend $400,000, like I guess what Director Allen was saying, $400,000 on something else. And I do recall getting a number from Tamar Allen. This was a 2019 number. It was roughly $250,000 to steam clean every station every quarter. And this is the stairs, the walkways into the stations, which frankly, you can't clean those with a mop. I've seen them work on the stairs. They're filthy. I think we did hear somebody, a constituent call up and mention this, that the stations are filthy, which I would equate to they need to be steam cleaned at least periodically, district-wide. So that's the opportunity cost. If we're going to spend money on the restrooms, then something else has got to give, which would be, to me, we were giving up the opportunity to do steam cleaning, which I desperately think this district needs to get our riders back. So I know this is a tough conversation, and that's why I went to the stations this morning, because I was struggling over this decision. So I don't want to support this without public, other participation, other funding sources.
Thank you. So colleagues that are on the queue, so this is a difficult day for all of us. I am having a very rough day at this BART board meeting. So I am slated to be at 4:00 to the unveiling of a memorial, the dedication of Barbara Taylor Press Room. So I am just wondering if anybody is willing to come off the queue, because I think we know, what the split is going to be on this. So I would just appreciate it. So if I could, if we could move to this vote, but I will call on folks in line. President Saltzman.
I just wanted to say, I think for any transit rider, they know how important the restrooms are and know how important attended restrooms are. And if we had all the money, I wish we could make all of our restrooms attended, but I think this is a good and important pilot. You brought up El Cerrito del Norte, which I think is a beautiful restroom, but we've had a lot of problems there. And even though it's new restrooms with new plumbing, there have been a lot of needs for repairs because of people intentionally doing things with the toilets that they shouldn't be, putting things down the toilets, and it's a problem. And the fact that that hasn't happened just by having a person standing outside is really incredible to me. And I think it shows the power of just having a human presence, not necessarily somebody with a badge or any authority, but people interact differently if they see another person there. And it makes a big difference to behavior. And I think that's what we're seeing with this initial data. Obviously, we need more data before we decide to roll this out to more stations and do more, but this is really encouraging data. And so I think you can't just say it's because of new restrooms. That's not been the case at Del Norte. And I think a place like Del Norte is somewhere that would be towards the top of the line besides the underground restrooms for eventually having an attendant, just because so many transit agencies connect to that station and you have a lot of people using the restroom because they're getting off a long bus ride going into the station. So I think we should look at that, and I fully support this.
Thank you, Director Rayburn.
Thank you. And I'll be brief. Of course, I made the RCI to reopen restrooms back in May of 2012. I've been watching our customer satisfaction scores plummet since then as the system deteriorated, particularly with regard to personal safety and cleanliness in the stations. This is a program that does, Director Ames, create partnerships with our passengers. They're the ones that really matter, as Director Saltzman said. And they're also the ones that will make this pay off, because they will keep coming back rather than say, I've had it, I'm not going to BART anymore. Please go visit those stations and see how they're operating and the general feel that they have. It's a 180-degree transformation. Thank you.
Director Ames has spoken once, so I'll go to Director McPartland first. You're muted, John.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be even briefer than Director Rayburn. I was originally compelled by Director Allen and then flipped by Director Duffy. Branding matters, and our brand is in the toilet. And I got somebody to laugh. But the whole idea here is that we are trying to recover our brand in relationship to public opinion. This is our one shot to get it done. So I think that the cost is exorbitant. I wish that there was a better way to do it. But when I think about the dividends that this will be able to give us, is going to end up making a big difference in the return of the ridership. And so I'm going to support this.
I love you, John. Thank Director Allen.
So first, I want to make clear that I supported the reopening of the restrooms too, and it's very important, and I agree with that. What we're really talking about here are only the attendants. But look, we saw earlier $367 million of federal tax subsidy for just this fiscal year, filling the budget holes. And in addition to that, riders want more. They want to be more safe than they are at BART. They generally want more police protection. And we have actually gone backwards on that in the current fiscal year. We eliminated 6 positions, 6 officer positions, and then we took 10 more officers off of patrol and assigned them to the crisis intervention teams. We should be spending this money on more security, not on people standing outside of restrooms, watching the restrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ames, I'm just begging. Can we go to, there's one more.
I just wanted to do a shout out on public safety because I went to South Hayward today and there was a person in the parking lot that I felt uncomfortable with. And I thought that this person was going to come over to me and to my car with me. And so I called the police. They showed up. I don't know, maybe it was 5-10 minutes. I wasn't there, but it had said that person actually had a knife, an open knife. They had a screwdriver and some pliers and had been break-ins, a car theft and a car break-in 2 days before. And we can't point to this person that was eventually arrested, but he did have a knife, and I thought he was casing the parking lot. But that was just a feeling. I called the police, and this is just a great shout out for the police about public safety. It does work. And that's just an example of another opportunity cost of getting more eyes and ears out in the field in general, not just the restrooms. But I do like the opening of the restroom. Just say that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment, and then we'll have the vote.
Edward, please go ahead.
Hey, I just want to bring up that the presence of the bathroom attendant also helps with security, much like the elevator attendant. And to sort of agree with Director Allen, I think maybe there's room to increase the duties of the bathroom attendant. And yeah, and then we could see more benefit for everyone. Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Edward. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
Director Duffy, there are 2 additional hands raised.
Okay, great. Let's go to those people.
Unidentified participant, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, David Philpell again. Still trying to get away, and you still keep talking about great stuff. I support the proposal before you. I don't disagree with Director Allen on ultimately there should be more security rather than restroom attendants, but I think extending the pilot makes sense. Having metrics to determine whether the continued restroom attendance makes sense is also worthwhile. But in the meantime, I think just continuing the trial is worthwhile, and it's part of having presence at the station so that people feel safe and secure. Is it the only way to do it? No. Is it the best way to do it? Hard to say. But I'd say just keep doing it for almost another year and see where it goes. I also just want to take a second, since life keeps happening out in the world. I appreciate whatever BART has been doing in terms of mutual aid with the Caltrain incident that's ongoing. And it's just another example of the transit agencies working together in the Bay Area for the benefit of the public. So I support the item before you. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Committee Chair Bevan Dufty. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I haven't used these bathrooms yet, but I'm encouraged about it because, when you got to go, you got to go. And I think that more time for us to be able to evaluate this is essential. I like the idea of somebody looking after the bathrooms and keeping them clean. I have read that these are all gender bathrooms, so that satisfies my concerns about definitions. But I think that having a restroom attendant is a health and welfare issue because I remember one time, I think I was in Fruitvale, and I went to use a bathroom, and it did not, in my opinion, meet basic sanitary standards. As far as I remember, it lacked soap and toilet paper. And that was about a decade ago, and that's just my personal experience. I'm not taking any kind of swipes at any particular station or district. That just happened to be the station that I used that day. And so, if bathrooms are not cleaned and supplied and secured, the health and welfare issue, because dirty bathrooms can be vectors for illnesses. And while this is new, having this program of restroom attendants, and I've read some good stories about them, the idea of using the bathroom is definitely not. And some systems don't have this kind of accessibility. And especially for people who have disabilities, there are some people in the world who have disabilities that cause them to use the bathroom frequently. And this is a way of including those people. So I think there is some ADA component to this. So I think it's worthy of approval. It is part of a holistic total package of safety and security. I don't want anybody to get hurt, and I don't want anybody to get sick. And I think for this reason, I ask your yes vote on this in the name of equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Madam Clerk, can we go to the vote, please?
Yes. Director Ames?
No.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Allen?
No.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Motion carries with Directors Allen and Ames voting no.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair of the Engineering and Operations Committee, Director John McPartlin, is going to chair the remainder of our agenda for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And John, before you start, I just wanted to acknowledge what a late hour it is, and we still do have several items on the agenda. So I'd ask both staff in their presentations and directors in their comments to be as brief as possible so we can try to move through the rest of the agenda.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll go to engineering and operations, item 8B, and that's going to be the quarterly service performance review. And this is for information.
Thank you, Vice Chair McPartland. Directors, good afternoon. Before I jump into the results of the second quarter of fiscal year 22, I need to make clear that the quarter was a tremendous challenge because of the Omicron variant. Omicron impacted the customer experience in many ways. December specifically was a culmination of Omicron impacts, wet weather, historic wet weather, and resulting in a car shortage. These results should be viewed as a moment in time, one that we will recover from. These numbers have already begun to improve. Slide 2, please. As you can see, this is FY22 second quarter overview. Total ridership increased by 11.3% from the prior quarter and 120% from the prior year. Right-of-way equipment reliability, rail cars and track both met goal. Station equipment availability, elevators, escalators, ticket machines, fare gates, and elevators garage all met goal. Passenger environment outside stations and inside stations, vandalism, customer service, and train temperature also met goal. Our total customer complaint rate decreased by almost 20% per 100,000 passenger trips. That's a 5.8% improvement. Slide 3, please. Metrics that we met goal and improved upon were escalator, platform, train temperature, environment outside stations, train and elevators in stations. One item of note as well, customer on time, we did not make goal, but it was at almost 90% for the quarter. Slide 4, please. This current trend, the current trends on this chart are favorable. We had a dip in December, but going forward, outlook is better for customer ridership weekday. Slide 5, please. Customer complaints. We had complaints related to canceled trips. Customers wanted canceled trips information before arriving to the station. BART communicated to riders where to find the canceled trip information on the BART app and website. Staff also pushed out canceled trip data to third-party apps to provide consistent information from all sources. Slide 7, please. On-time service customer. On a goal of 94%, we did not make goal at 89.43%. A couple of the factors pertaining to this in police action, I want to note that 44.5% of the overall 22% was due to public safety or calls for service. On the vehicle side, 50% of the 12% overall was due to car shortage for the quarter. And on the operations line, 66% of the 9% overall was due to staffing shortages or Omicron. Slide 8, please. On-time service train. This quarter was, this quarter we struggled partly due to weather, third rail power, and Omicron as stated previously. Slide 9, please. Car equipment reliability. Very important to note that we did meet goal on this one, a goal of 4,650 hours in between mean time between service delays. Actual was 4,886 hours. Fleet of the future continues to improve. 6,522 hours last quarter on average, and overall reliability, we exceeded goal. Slide 10, please. Car equipment available 4 a.m. We struggled on this goal due to the Delta and Omicron and variants and weather and the way that they affected the shops and the equipment. Slide 24, please. Station vandalism. Station vandalism, we met goal with a 5.15% improvement from this time last year. Slide 31. Face coverings. Face covering mandates are still in place per the TSA mandate, and we met goal, 96%. Slide 39, please. Operating safety rules violations. In this quarter, we had 3 rules violations, 2 in the month of October, 1 in the month of November, and 0 in the month of December. An overall 64% improvement over last quarter. And now I'll turn it over to Chief Alvarez.
Good afternoon, directors. Chief Ed Alvarez. Next slide. For presence, we had a slight dip this quarter at 10.5% with a goal of 12%. We continue to emphasize the importance of visibility and presence to all of our uniformed personnel. We have also prioritized our presence on trains and in stations based on the data that we received through our crime analysts, particularly in the evening hours. In addition to our deployment throughout our system, we are continuing to work collaboratively with SFPD at the Civic Center Station to increase our presence not only at the station and the stairwells, but also around the immediate area to deal with the criminal activity and the drug use in the area. We have put BART PD personnel on fixed posts at the station during all revenue hours, along with a set of ambassadors who are also riding trains in that area of the system to support our presence and enforcement. This deployment has proven to be successful with the decline in calls for service at the Civic Center Station, as well as a rapid response by officers resulting in the arrest of the homicide suspect that occurred last month. Next slide. For crimes against persons, overall, the total cases of crimes against persons showed a slight increase from 84 reported incidents last quarter compared to 88 reported incidents this quarter. Of the reported incidents, 39 were robberies, 23 of which involved the taking of an electronic device, and an additional 25 involving cell phones or other electronic devices which were taken from the person without force, also known as a snatch and run. Next slide. Next slide. For auto burglary, the goal was met in this category, coming in at 2.39, which is well under the quarterly goal of 6. We had 105 reported incidents this quarter. Hayward had 14 in the month of October, which led to an arrest while our officer was patrolling the parking structure. We continue our visibility efforts in all parking lots and structures by our police officers and other uniformed personnel. Next slide. For auto theft, our goal was met in this category. We came in at 1.14 with a set quarterly goal of 2.25. For this quarter, we had a total of 62 reported stolen vehicle incidents compared to 42 reported incidents last quarter. Next slide. Our response time goal was met this quarter at 4.38 minutes, which is below the set quarterly goal of 5 minutes for emergency calls. Next slide. For bike theft, the goal for reducing bicycle thefts was met with 26 for the quarter compared to 29 in the previous quarter, as we continue to be well under the quarterly goal of 100. That completes our presentation. We'll be open for questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the public?
Yes, I see one hand raised. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Committee Vice Chair John McPartland and members. Thank you. Alita Dupree for the record. Overall, a good report, going through challenges. We met our rule violations goal. December was very good in that we had 0 violations. So we have to keep working on that because those are controllable. People are doing things they shouldn't be doing. So we got to continue to work on our training in recurrency and expect people to do what they're supposed to do. And I am encouraged about the elevators and escalators because I use the escalators quite a bit. I don't know that I've ever used an elevator at BART, maybe one time, but that's important too. You know, with the cold, sometimes my knees get a little bit tricky. And I am concerned about the matter of crimes against persons. Haven't heard anything about any mention of anybody being pushed to the tracks. I guess I should assume that that hasn't happened. And Civic Center is obviously problematic. I've used that station quite a bit. It's a necessary station for me to use when I find myself at San Francisco City Hall. And so I'm appreciative of the idea of having fixed post detail there because we have to keep an eye on what's going on. As far as electronics, we should continue, try to do some PSAs if we haven't done it already. I practice this. I take my earphones off and put my earplugs on when riding BART. I don't think I really need to look at my phone while I'm riding BART when I need to be looking at those around me. It shouldn't have to be that way, but unfortunately it is. I do have to take out my phone to see when the buses are coming. Would I want to get off at a station? So overall, this is pretty good, but we have more to do. And I want anybody to know that they should have standing to speak up if they need something. I think this work is important because this should be a system not just about those who may be able to defend themselves better than others, but it should be the people system. Thank you.
Lita, thank you very much for your input. Do we have any other public comments?
I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
Okay. Directors, any directors wish to make any comments? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to end up thanking staff for the work that they ended up putting into for preparing this report for us and the figures that we ended up receiving. Thank you very much. And with that, that concludes E&O. And President Salzman, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. So next we'll go to planning, public affairs, access and legislation items. I'll turn it over to Chair Foley. And just as a reminder, we will not be discussing item 9A, so we'll go to 9B.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, for PPAL, we have 2 items for information for my colleagues. The first is a parking payment machine modernization update. And then lastly, we will have a Link 21 engagement and equity update. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Chairperson Foley. I will quickly hand it off to Ryan Green-Roselle, who's the parking program manager, and she will present the modernization of the parking equipment.
Thank you, Board of Directors. Glad to be here to present to you about this topic. Please advance. We've been working on a couple different fronts to modernize parking at BART. The focus of today's presentation is on modernizing parking payments, specifically at our parking payment machines. Could you please advance? We have, just to give you the context, we have two types of parking payment machines here at BART. We have ad fare machines. You can currently use cash to pay for parking, and you have to enter a stall number. You can also set up an Easy Rider account and link it to your Clipper card, get a hang tag, and tag at a parking validation machine in the station. So we have those two different types of machines, and then we also offer the BART official app as a method of parking payment. Generally, customers have been pretty satisfied with Easy Rider and the official app, not so much with the ad fare machines because we have not accepted credit debit at those machines, but I'm happy to say we will soon be allowing credit debit at those machines, so we should see that improve. Next slide, please. Our parking payment machines have several challenges or limitations that we are looking to address over the next several years, and we wanted to take a holistic look at this to see how we might improve all of these issues at once. And there's a couple different issues we're looking to address. One is the customer experience. Specifically, the machines, of course, do not allow customers to pay with their Clipper balance. That has not historically been possible. But with Clipper 2.0, that will become possible, and customers will be able, we would like to have machines that are integrated with that Clipper 2.0 system so that you can just come into the BART station and pay, for your fare with Clipper and then pay for parking with Clipper. Something our customers really want to see. Another key priority is to update the machines to be compatible with our new automated license plate reader system, which we're looking to procure. In order to have that compatibility, we need these machines to accept a license plate entry at the time of payment, and our current machines do not allow that. We also want machines that have software that give us more flexibility with respect to parking pricing. Our current software is limited, and we want to have the flexibility should the board want to have more variation and sophistication in our parking pricing in the future. And finally, we also have some obsolescence issues. The parking validation machines that I mentioned are kind of at the end of their useful life, and we needed to take a look at what are the next steps for those machines. Next slide, please. Oh, I can advance this there. Okay, so we undertook a study to look at all these issues together and come up with a kind of conceptual approach for modernizing our machines. The study tasks are listed there, but fundamentally we were looking for an overall recommendation and cost estimate for how we modernize. Next slide, please. And we looked at a couple different alternatives. We even looked at, do we need parking payment machines in the future? Do we need to continue to have two different types of parking payment machines like we have today? And ultimately, we landed on a recommendation, next slide, please, I'm sorry, we can skip this one, next slide, to move to one type of parking payment machine in the future. Having these two different types of parking payment machines has been a point of customer confusion, and we'd like to streamline going forward and just have one type of parking payment machine. And we want to move towards new parking payment machines rather than trying to retrofit the machines that we have. We did look at the retrofit option, but we concluded that that would be is not recommended for a variety of different reasons, which I won't go into today. But effectively, we really want to focus on a brand new machine, start fresh, and ensure the machines meet a number of key requirements. Including, as I mentioned, the flexibility for variable pricing, the ability to enter a license plate, the ability to integrate with Clipper. We also want to create a kind of a quick pay feature on these machines as well. So the overall cost estimate for this modernization is $6 to $10 million, including signage. I will mention that that amount is unfunded. We looked at different grant opportunities, but we concluded that most granting agencies don't want to fund parking payment machines. It's not really competitive for grants, and so it's something that the BART district would likely have to fund with our limited capital resources, and we are looking to the CIP process to help us prioritize where this should fall relative to all the other capital funding needs that the district has. In the interim, though, we do have some changes coming up. You can go to the next slide, please. So these are kind of changes that are in the works. So as mentioned, the ad fare machines will be updated to add a credit debit feature, which is a really significant benefit to customers. We will be streamlining within about the next year, streamlining parking payments on the official app. Today, you have to enter a stall number, but once we have our new automated license plate reader technology, we'll be able to update the app so that you can just register a license plate on your account. No need to enter a stall number each time you pay, and it'll really make it quick and easy to pay for parking. Finally, we did determine that we plan to decommission the parking validation machines no later than fall 2023, but possibly sooner than that, when they will be obsolete, because we are moving in the direction of having just one type of parking payment machine in the future. And so we will be planning to move customers to the official app or the ad fare machine going forward. And we also, I will mention, are expecting to create a website option for customers as well, for those who don't want to download an app. So next slide. So as mentioned, we don't have funding at this moment. We will be looking to the CIP process to inform how much funding we could have for this effort, but there are some steps we can do in the interim to continue to prepare for a future procurement for new payment machines. And we believe it'll take about 2 years to install the machines, to get from sort of, secured funding to machine installation. And there's, as mentioned, work we'll be doing in the interim. So thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate the expedited presentation and a lot of good customer experience improvements on the horizon. So thank you for that. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Mark Foley. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. This is very important. It's long overdue. And I haven't had a car in about a decade, but when I did, trying to pay for parking could be really frustrating. Having to carry around a satchel full of coins that went along with having to use toll roads. Well, now you can use toll roads in the Bay Area and just drive through them. Either get fast track, or which is the ideal, or you get billed to your license plate. So hopefully we can talk about ALPR soon, because I believe it works. But I don't think very many people are carrying around physical money anymore to pay for parking. And these new systems will help eliminate the need for people to have to come back and feed meters when they have to pay by the hour. And now we have contactless cards and apps and paying open payments with your phones. And I mean, we've converted the ad machines over to where they can take cards. That was just the Achilles heel in our system for decades, where you could pay for your fare on the outside with a card, but you couldn't pay your ad fare on the inside. Makes a whole big headache, makes people wonder if they're going to get cited. So I do think that getting new equipment is the right way to go, because we're dealing with equipment, these big refrigerator-sized machines. I think some of them are approaching 5 decades old. They've certainly been around since 2004 when I first used the system, sometime around then. That was back in the days of the paper tickets. So things are changing, and I don't want us to be behind the curve. I just think that we need to do this, and I look forward to a day when we will be able to pass some resolutions and do some procurement and get this new equipment. I think the public is more than ready and anxious for it. Just another part of building the system that is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
All right, go to director comments, and let's start with Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Foley. Of course, I've never parked a car at BART's, and I struggle to respond to customers when they complain to me about their issues, and I have to rely on staff. Thank you very much, staff. I want to make a suggestion, though, particularly for slide number 3, as well as for the equipment. And that we add in the objectives, that we make certain that new apps and payment equipment are customer friendly for people with limited English proficiency as well as seniors. And that we go out to our LEP advisory committee volunteers and make sure that they're engaged to help us out on selecting the right apps and what information is needed on those apps to communicate with everyone. And when we look at those statistics that show 82, 81%, what about the other 18%? It's likely they don't speak English, and the app doesn't make a whole lot of sense to them. And so let's pursue that. When we start automating things, it has to address everybody's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Any additional director comments? If not, I would just like to remind staff that while these are great, exciting, modern improvements, we need to not forget about our unbanked community. There are people that do not have digital resources, so let's not close the door when we invite modernization in. And with that, I will turn it back over to staff for our Link 21 update.
Thank you, Chairperson Foley. I will hand it off to Sadie Graham, who's the BART manager for Link 21.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Thank you again for the opportunity to talk more about engagement and equity work that we've been doing for Link 21. I'll just remind you that today is not a stage gate action. We'll be coming back to you on April 14th for that milestone. Today, we're happy to talk to you about how this program is engaging the general public and partnering with marginalized communities who traditionally have not been a part of planning for such a large infrastructure project like Link 21. Next slide, please. You'll hear from several members of our Link 21 team and our consultant team who have been doing this hard work, and they will introduce themselves as they go through the presentation. We'll provide an overview of our efforts, including our co-creation model and what we have learned from our co-creation work, and using the definition of our Link 21 priority populations as a case study for how we integrate what we learned from our co-creation into our other work streams. An overview of our equitable outreach and ways in which you can help us in the future. Next slide, please. So a reminder, we are at the stage gate milestone, transitioning from phase 0 to 1. Phase 0 has really been the foundation setting of this program, and phase 1 is the starting of the work, where we'll begin work with our 4 consultant teams who we brought on board to help us advance the work in phase 1 and phase 2. For our engagement team, this includes HDR team, who were selected because of their large bench of DBEs and local expertise in the mega region subregions. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand it over to Nicole Franklin, Link 21's engagement manager and outreach manager, but I did want to take a second and have a few words on equity. I can really honestly say that we have been making equity a priority by integrating and grounding it into all of our work streams. And really, this isn't how traditional planning projects have approached equity, and it takes time, effort, and money, frankly. And it is hard work, and it has caused us to pause and re-examine our work and our work approach, and we'll continue to keep that perspective as we move forward. And really, as a person who has lived a very privileged life, I'm not an expert on this topic, which is why we have this talented group of individuals supporting us who have taught me a lot. But I do know that it's important for people like me in positions of leadership to champion this work and have the hard decisions, have the hard conversations, because we cannot always put the burden of these of advancing equity on those who have been oppressed or marginalized. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nicole Franklin. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadie.
Next slide.
Next slide, please.
As Sadie mentioned, we are doing things differently by intentionally seeking out the voices of traditionally marginalized communities at the beginning of the work, listening to them, understanding their needs, and integrating it into our work. All of our work streams, may it be the business case, the planning and engineering work, or the other scopes of work that Sadie mentioned on the prior slide, we've identified an equity liaison who holds the responsibility of working with those technical teams to incorporate equitable solutions into our work. Building on the Office of Civil Rights Equity Strategy, while onboarding all of these new consulting teams, they participate in a 7-part training series on how equity is integrated into the Link 21 work. Next slide, please. The core of our equity approach starts with co-creating with communities on what this program will be. I want to turn the presentation over to Ezra Kong with Reflex Design Collective to walk you through our co-creation process, what it is, how this process is helping us to shape Link 21. Reflex Design Collective is a disadvantaged business enterprise firm based here in Oakland that is on our strategic advising and program management team. They have been a part of the Link 21 team from the beginning and are responsible for developing our equity commitment, approach, and training. Now I'll turn it over to Ezra.
Thanks, Nicole. Hi, folks. As Nicole shared, I'm Ezra Kong, and I'm one of the co-founders at Reflex Design Collective, a local equity design consultancy based in Oakland. So centering equity means addressing inequity at the root. Grassroots communities, especially those historically and currently harmed by systemic oppression, are able to have agency in shaping their community's future. This means creating space for key communities to be a part of the decisions impacting them, which is what we mean when we say co-creation. So if you look at the visual on the right here, the ladder, next slide. So if you look at the ladder on the right side, you can see that we want to move from that yellow dotted area in the middle, where we are designing for folks, and moving up the ladder to designing with them and working with them as partners. So moving from learning from them and learning about them to designing together and designing as one. And so, for example, one key element of building this partnership is recognizing their expertise as folks who have lived expertise in what equity and inequity means by compensating them the way we do for staff and consultants. So all the community members and CBOs that we work with in these co-creation workshops are compensated as a way to show our respect for their expertise. So you can go to the next slide. So co-creation is based on collaboration. And so in phase 0, we have set up the framework for what this looks like. And we will be continuing to build off of this framework in future phases. So the diagram shows the important aspects of co-creation, and that it's a feedback loop that requires continual collaboration. So we start in the pink area. We begin with collaboration with CBOs, community-based organizations, to identify community members to participate in co-creation, lean on their expertise in ensuring the right folks can come to the table and that table itself is accessible for them. Next, in green, we host meetings and workshops with community members to co-create aspects of the program. Moving into the yellow, we are incorporating their feedback into the program and communicate back to folks to validate the importance and impact of their input. Then in blue, we work to identify what aspect of the program needs future co-creation, and that cycle continues. Next slide, please. So this is what that process has actually looked like in phase 0. So we started it's labeled here round 0. We started with interviewing key stakeholders, so community-based organizations, staff, board members, other transit agency leaders, and transit equity advocates to understand how to engage with communities and what they believe equity looks like in this program at a high level. After this, we kicked off the first round of co-creation. So we hosted workshops with community members around the mega region to define the vision, goals, and objectives for Link 21 so it aligns with their pre-existing priorities and needs. In the second round, we involved workshops and surveys to ask, what barriers do you face in accessing opportunities to survive and thrive in the mega region, as well as how should these priority populations be defined? In the third round, which we are planning now and that I'm especially excited about, we are going to be focusing on co-creating the actual concepts with community members. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Kyle, our equity lead on the HNTV team, to talk about what we've learned.
Thank you, Ezra. Next slide, please. My name is Kyle Morales, and I'm a transportation planner in HNTV's Oakland office. On Link 21, I'm focused on equity work, partnering with BART and CCJPA staff, as well as others like Ezra and their colleagues at Reflex Design Collective. This slide here shows an example of a co-creation activity. This is from our first round of workshops, and we had to do some innovation over the past year to take some activities that normally function best in in-person settings and translate them to a virtual world. So what you're seeing here is a sort of a post-it note activity. The yellow and green squares represent draft ideas that the Link 21 team had for how Link 21 could bring benefits to the public. The squares in blue are representing ideas that folks in this co-creation breakout room added in addition. And then some of these circles in blue represent some of the ideas, whether ones that the Link 21 staff or participants had suggested, the ones that had some of the most enthusiastic response within those breakout rooms. In co-creation, we do prioritize trying to create activities that allow for open dialogue and interactive conversation with community members. You heard in the conversation last time some of the ways in which feedback that we heard from this activity was really key in shaping the program's vision, goals, and objectives. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Community-based organizations, or CBOs, are key to making co-creation work. We intentionally partner with organizations that represent geographies and identity groups that often experience marginalization in the mega region. In rounds 1 and 2, we partnered with more than 30 unique CBOs, and we reached out to dozens more who expressed interest, but were not able to participate at the time. These CBOs help bring community members to the table who often would not have their voices amplified under more traditional engagement approaches. Our CBO partners help us connect to the lived experience of folks throughout the mega region. For example, the CBOs that you see here, some examples of groups that they helped us connect to include youth, unhoused, and formerly incarcerated communities, amongst many others. CBOs also help us understand how we can make our outreach accessible to communities. We held meetings in Spanish, Cantonese, and Hmong, and also offered to translate materials into other languages as identified by the CBOs or by participants themselves. With the support of the HDR team's many experienced practitioners in equitable outreach, we're excited to work with additional CBOs and community members in round 3 and beyond. Next slide, please. We heard so much valuable feedback through our co-creation to date. It's almost like having a 2-hour detailed conversation about Link 21 with all of the participants. We're working to incorporate all of this feedback into Link 21 work, and this slide shows just a few of the prominent themes that emerged throughout our rounds 1 and 2 workshops. Where you're seeing are both those themes as well as some of the ways that the Link 21 team has started to incorporate that input into the work that we're doing. I'll just, for the sake of time, speak to the first one of these, and I think it's a good example. Many of the participants that we worked with noted the challenge of considering how Link 21 could offer improvements to them in the long term when there are many pressing concerns in the present day, like public safety, cleanliness, and affordability, among others. We recognize the importance of those near-term concerns, and even though Link 21 is a long-term program, we aim to be accountable to community members by taking proactive steps to make sure that their concerns are considered and addressed. When it came to these near-term issues, some ways that we did this included working with our program development team and jurisdictions working group, which included many partner agencies and government bodies throughout the mega region, to be able to pass on and show them what we had heard from co-creation in an attempt to be more proactive in making sure that those concerns were addressed. Another frequent community desire that came up in co-creation was for there to be additional avenues for more dedicated, equitable outreach to occur. With that in mind, the Link 21 team has begun working on a framework for an Equity Accountability Council. I'll pass off to my colleague Ben to talk some more about that on the next slide.
Go to the next slide. Thank you, Kyle. Good afternoon, directors. My name is Ben Duncan. I'm with Kearns and West, a small business based in San Francisco, and leading the Equity Accountability Council work for Link 21. The Equity Accountability Council is an opportunity to rise to our values by working to authentically push towards shared power with community throughout Link 21. And it's an opportunity to build credibility and trust with community stakeholders and leaders at a sustained level. EAC is fundamentally about meaningful involvement, which reflects stakeholders' opportunity to participate in decisions about things that affect their lives. It ensures the public can influence decisions, that their concerns will be considered throughout all processes, and that decision makers intentionally seek out and facilitate the involvement of those who are most negatively impacted by disparities in outcomes and decisions. The goal, this is the vision, and this is the commitment for the Equity Accountability Council. The makeup of the council should reflect the demographic and geographic diversity of the mega region across race and ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, geography, and areas of expertise. The project team is working to design a draft charter that will respond to some of the key decisions that will need to be made to ensure that the council is surrounded by technical and programmatic resources to meet the demands of their role and their work, and to align with the values and commitments to equity you've heard throughout this presentation. Development and implementation of the EAC will occur in partnership with interested community members and guided by strategic advisors, including Dr. Beverly Scott and others on our team. It's truly a privilege for me to be part of this work. I'm excited about the possibilities of this council. And with that, I'll pass to Emily Alter to discuss priority populations.
Thanks so much, Ben. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Emily Alter, Manager of Title VI and Environmental Justice in BART's Office of Civil Rights. As an OCR representative, I have been supporting the development of our equity work streams on the program. And today I'm going to talk to you quite quickly through our priority population work as an example of how we are both committed to more equitable technical work and how we operationalize the input we receive from our co-creation into the other technical streams of the program. Next slide, please. So the need for priority populations first came up during the market analysis, which we completed in phase 1 to identify areas of unmet rail potential in the mega region. In order to highlight communities that have historically been underserved by transportation projects, the business case team needed to geographically identify communities to receive additional weighting in the market analysis. During phase 0, we used well-vetted state, regional, and local metrics to define Link 21's priority populations, which did enable us to highlight key markets for consideration in program concepts, places such as the city of San Pablo, that may not have otherwise been identified based on unmet rail demand. Next slide. During the market analysis work, however, we realized we needed to refine our priority population definition because we didn't have a consistent methodology for the unique scale of the mega region or community buy-in into our definition. When we talk about more equitable outcomes, we're inevitably talking about who benefits and who is harmed or left out of the program. As a result, we used a benefits and burdens framework to define this revised geographic designation of the priority populations. I want to note quickly that priority populations is not our only measure of equity on the program, but it is an important component of technical implementation of equitable planning. There is more information in the board packet on the priority populations update. Next slide. So the second round of co-creation focused specifically on how the Link 21 program should define its priority populations, using a process we learned as part of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity cohort to identify the root causes of inequity. We asked co-creation participants to define their vision for a more just and equitable world by completing the sentence, "I'll know my community has equal access to opportunity when we have blank, blank, and blank." We then asked the participants to identify the major barriers that currently exist to achieving those outcomes. We compiled this list of barriers, researched available data sources, and weighted these metrics in the priority populations definition. Next slide, please. On this side, you'll see the most regularly cited priorities for our community members. Affordable housing, safety, access to transit, education, and unemployment are seen as significant drivers of inequity across the mega region for our community members. As you can see in these quotes, participants shared their lived experiences openly and honestly with us, highlighting the pervasive inequities that impact them every day. It was a truly humbling experience. Their contributions underscore the importance of providing safe, affordable, and accessible transportation to everyone, particularly those who rely on it most. Next slide. I'm actually going to skip over this slide today in the interest of time, but it does provide more detail on how community input impacted the priority populations update. Next slide. While our priority populations definition update is a recent example of how co-creation results and our commitment to more equitable outcomes is directly shaping program work, there are several others. The equity-weighted markets from the market analysis are being considered for concept development, and community stories are informing initial concept components. As previously mentioned, community members will be asked to design concept elements in collaboration with us in the spring. It is also an integral part of the evaluation of metrics as part of the business case, particularly in our emerging equity scoring criteria. It will help shape our transportation demand and land use models, including our considerations of community stability and displacement impacts, and it will be directly reflected in the Environmental Constraints and Opportunities memo. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Nicole Franklin.
Thanks, Emily. Next slide, please. By prioritizing open and transparent engagement with communities who have been marginalized, priority populations, and other stakeholder groups, Link 21 will be better able to design and deliver equity, passenger service, and connectivity that meets the priorities, needs, and values of the mega region. Our inclusive approach to outreach and engagement includes actionable and measurable strategies for dynamic engagement and effective outreach that will allow the Link 21 team to monitor success while remaining flexible to meet the changing needs of the program and our diverse stakeholders. Next slide, please. What we understand about the Link 21 program is that one size does not fit all in terms of engaging the various stakeholder groups throughout the mega region we need to reach. Therefore, in phase one, we will work with our regional liaisons and other subject matter experts on our team to develop region-specific outreach plans, as well as tools and approaches that will most resonate with our varied stakeholder groups, including tribal communities, marginalized communities, youth and students, and others. Next slide, please. Thank you. Youth are the future of the Link 21 program, and they must be engaged in this process to help us create a system that will work for them in the future. During phase 0, we initiated a Link 21 internship program. Samantha Tay, here on the screen there, is a senior at UC Davis, and Taylor Yu, an Oakland area high school student. They were two of the participants in the program. These interns created a youth engagement strategy that we will incorporate into future outreach activities. We also work with CBOs who serve young people during our co-creation workshops. I also collaborated with BART Communication Chief Alicia Trost recently to present about Link 21 to 27 students at College Preparatory School here in Oakland. As we transition from phase 0 to phase 1, HDR will be working with us to develop a youth engagement plan that includes outreach strategies and tactics, including social media, as well as a more robust internship program. We will continue to incorporate youth audiences in our co-creation process as well. Also joining me today to share more about our inclusive approach to outreach is Lisa Marie Alley. She is part of the HDR engagement and outreach team. She leads our grassroots engagement activities for the Link 21 program. Now I'll turn it over to Lisa Marie.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, board members, for having us. Next slide, please. One more after this, please. Thank you. As Nicole said, I'm Lisa Marie Alley with Kearns & West. We're a small business, part of the HDR engagement and outreach team. I'm here today to talk about our recent and forward-looking inclusive engagement activities. In October, our team was formally onboarded to the Link 21 program to provide engagement, outreach, and equity support.
What I like to say is the cavalry arrives to extend the team and to span across the region. With our bench of experts and local regional liaisons, we conducted grassroots community events in November and December. Some of those events that you can see on the screen include the Hmong New Year's celebration in Merced, participation at the Fruitvale Farmers Market in Oakland, and participation at the Marin Farmers Market in San Rafael. We also performed grassroots outreach on Capital Corridor trains and at BART and Capital Corridor stations. During this fall engagement, we were able to connect in person following COVID protocols with hundreds of stakeholders. Next slide, please. We wanted to share with you some of the things that we heard from the regional communities during this grassroots activity. I'm not going to go over all of them, but as you can see in the Central Valley, questions are raised about connectivity where it's been lacking by regional connections and rail connections. In the San Francisco Peninsula area, stakeholders overwhelmingly asked, is Link 21 connected to high-speed rail and or the Transbay Transit Center? And in Oakland and the East Bay, we heard strong support for more options and connections, but lack of awareness about Link 21 and how it would provide those benefits. We take into account this feedback as we plan for the future and look for additional outreach to do in the coming months and years. Next slide, please. I'm honored to be part of the HDR team led by our project manager, Kim Polari. On our team, we've got 18 team members, 17 of which are small businesses, 8 of them certified DBEs. They include our regional liaisons, all DBEs, and all steeped with local connections in their region. We're also fortunate to have 2 strategic advisors who are experts in their respective fields. Dr. Beverly Scott, a civil rights activist and well-known general manager of 4 transit properties across the U.S., and Leslie Rogers, the former FTA regional administrator, who's been providing our government affairs team and funding team with opportunities and insights on how to advance the program. Next slide, please. As we look forward to moving into phase 1, we're really looking at what does engagement look like moving forward. We like to say there's 2 paths. One called ongoing education and communication that includes monthly Speakers Bureau events, grassroots activities that we invite the BART board members to join us at, and ongoing communications to keep the public engaged. We're also focused on target milestone-specific communications. This is critical as we advance the program. It's about going out to the public through co-creation, through workshops and other means to solicit input, take it back to our technical teams, and then to go back out to the public to close that feedback loop so that they know we're listening and their voices are being heard. Next slide, please. This is a whole lot of stuff going on the screen, and I won't go into it, but this is what we've got planned over the next 4 months. We're very excited to get through this endeavor and get this work going. Thank you for your time, and I'm going to pass it back over to Nicole.
Thanks, Lori. Next slide, please. Collaborating with both the BART and Capital Corridor boards is important to the success of Link 21. What does collaboration and success look like? Helping us to build our outside voice, talking about Link 21 to help build awareness and understanding. Your constituents look to you for all things BART, and we want to make sure we are equipping you with the information about Link 21 to help educate them. We also want to schedule regular touch points with you and be a part of any meetings that you may have with your constituents. We want you to reshare our tweets and other social media posts about the program. And finally, in order for Link 21 to move forward, we need funding. Now I will turn it over to Sadie, who will let you know how you can help in that regard. Thank you for this opportunity. Sadie?
2 slides, please. I always end on the money because we are going to need you to help us advocate for program development funds. We're very excited about some of the bipartisan infrastructure law money that is available, particularly in the FRA intercity rail funds. And so we will continue to look for local, federal, and state funding opportunities. And we will look to you to be advocates and champions for this program And with that, I'm going to thank you for your time and ask for any questions or comments.
Thank you specifically to Sadie, Nicole, Ezra, Kyle, Ben, Emily, and Lisa Marie. Great presentation. I appreciate it. Do we have any public comment?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
All right. I know it's getting late in the day, but I'll ask, do we have any director comments? Yes, Director Lee.
I know it's late. I also do not have the energy to maybe conjure the same passion to which Director Duffy spoke. I'm sad that he unfortunately had very important community events he had to go to. With that said, I would say thank you so much to staff for and the entire HMTV team and all the folks from all Reflex, HMTV, Cairns West, all the folks who presented here today. What I will say and what I have learned about how BART board and public sector board meetings work is when you show urgency and priority, that means you care. So the fact that you heard Director Duffy and others on the BART board, including myself, really hammer in this question last time around, and the fact that you turned around this full presentation to us just the next meeting shows that you care about this, that you want to make sure that we understand the work that you're doing and that you actually want to engage with us on this. It means a lot to me personally, and can't speak for Director Duffy, but I'm sure it would mean a lot to him as well. I would say overall, and seeing all of you presented tons of information here today, it seems like a lot of the things that I have wanted to see are underway, which is really exciting. I will say that overall, and when I met with staff, I gave them the same feedback. When I met with you, Sadie and Nicole, I gave you the same feedback, which is that in this presentation, there's a whole lot of sort of like DEI jargon. And ultimately, all of this work needs to be far more accessible. As like, I'm a queer person of color, I'm an immigrant, like I check off a lot of boxes. And I'm reading this, I'm just like, wait, hold on, but what does it mean to me? And I know that right now, Link 21, we're a stage gate, 0, phase 0. We're still incredibly early in this process, but at some point, Link 21 will start getting real. We're drawing lines on maps, dots on a map. And I think the whole team needs to be super ready to start really engaging folks beyond just the concepts. And when that happens, this all needs to be far more accessible on the ground. I always think, and I think about this as an advocate in my day job, how would I explain this to my mom? How would I explain this to, someone who is not a transportation advocate or expert, or, not a daily BART rider, or, given it's Link 21, might live in a far out county, in Central Valley. Does this, make sense to them? And are we, still making sure our language is accessible, meaningful to them? And I don't think it's there yet. I think that's okay as of right now, but soon you will need to get there. The second thing I'll say is you hammered on this. I was really grateful to hear that, you all really care about making sure that an equitable process design actually leads to equitable outcomes and overall, equitable program design. I like seeing things called out like the equitable affairs report. I think that's the kind of stuff we have to move towards so that the process leads to the equitable outcomes. I like that you detailed your youth strategy, but I would say that strategies for engaging specific communities are more than just holding co-creation workshops with those audiences. And I would say, for example, if you were to work with Bevan, Director Duffy, and me about a youth strategy in San Francisco, I think we can lead you to certain folks, youth advocates who have already been engaged in transit advocacy in San Francisco, that there's a more holistic strategy than just saying, here are 10 people to reach out to, hold some workshops, please engage these people. So I think, as you develop more and more strategies for different audiences, I think that's a great place to be engaging individual directors, especially who have ties to those specific communities or those, parts of the district or part of the 21 county region. And then I would say in the future, I would really love to hear from those strategic advisors, Dr. Beverly Scott and Leslie Rogers. In the future, I've known Leslie is an institution here in San Francisco when it comes to the transportation world, transit world. And so, I would love to hear him present, especially bring his just like decades of experience in this. And, both of them being people of color as strategic advisors, I want to be advised by them as a BART board director. But yeah, I would say thank you so much for all of this work. I think this makes me feel a lot more comfortable as we enter, more of the decision-making process with the stage gate. So thank you so much again.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Ames, before we go with you, we do have one public comment, so let me go with them first.
James, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. There clearly has been a good deal of work accomplished. It's been going on for coming on 3 years. I've studied the website quite extensively, and I don't find a whole lot of content leading toward the ultimate outcomes of Link 21. I see no think pieces about BART versus standard rail gauge. How are you going to deal with that? I don't see big issues identified. So I would encourage the board and the Link 21 staff to do a good deal of work on their website to improve the information, move from propaganda and all the good things you're going to produce to what you've accomplished and what you're learning. The other thing I would like to learn is how much money has been spent. I've probed quite extensively. My best guess is that $40 million have been spent on this program by the end of last year, about now. That's a whole lot of money for planning, especially when you can't keep your restrooms clean. So we ought to have better accounting reporting, I think, to the board, to the public, and on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Some very fair points. Director Ames.
Yeah, that was kind of a good segue for me. So I did want to find out. I do want to find out how much money we've spent. I did ask staff for that, and I'm hopeful that we'll maybe get this at the next meeting. But after hearing this presentation, I sense that the public has this huge lack of awareness about the project. And this goes back to, from they don't know what the project is. They don't know why we need it. And this kind of goes down to a problem statement. Why do we need this project? What are the problems that we are trying to address? And this goes into this market analysis that we have not seen. We have a PowerPoint that says we've done a market analysis, and I think 45% of our potential ridership comes from the Bay Area on the East Bay, from Bayfair to Richmond. And then there's an outer area of the Bay Area, like from Palo Alto to Fremont, that wraps around the Bay. That's level 2 of our need. So we've got these projections on a PowerPoint, and there's no actual market analysis. And then I voiced this before, we don't have an infrastructure assessment. We don't know how old the infrastructure is that Link 21 is going to be based off of. We're using probably a 100-year-old privatized Union Pacific owned line that's leading to Link 21 location in Oakland. So we don't have the infrastructure assessment. And then we don't have these hazards noted, like climate change, sea level rise issues, liquefaction along the rail lines. If people had this information, they could go to the website and say, here's the current info. Here's the current need for the project by city and subregion, the ridership need, some data. So people will have a grasp. They will be aware of the issues and aware of the project. And if we have spent $40 million, I'd like to see the result of all of this information that was gathered in conjunction to the outreach, because clearly the public has not seen enough information and there is a lack of awareness. So this has been my struggle. I'm happy to go out and campaign for funding for this project. This is why I raised the issue about the rail bridge between, Martinez and Benicia, because I knew that bridge was very old. It's crossing the Hayward Fault's very close. As an engineer, I could see that's an infrastructure project that needs to get put on the plan as part of Link 21. But I pleading with the staff and the team to come up with a problem statement and issues so people are aware of what the project is, because that would be a proactive approach to get really good feedback in the next phase. So I know this team can do this. It's just, it seems like the cart before the horse. It does seem like a lot of outreach with no data behind it. So I hope we can get there soon before we end up going another round with the community with no reports. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. And let me just wrap up with two things. One is, as we sort of look at, funding, whether it's ballot measure or talking to representatives, or even as Director Lee mentioned, and I mentioned earlier in my briefing, Link 21, what is it and why does it matter? I need to be able to quickly answer those two questions to a state legislator, to a federal legislator, or to a voter, or to my mom, because if they don't understand that and they can't understand it quickly, then it's going to be difficult to get support. So I want us to be able to really distill that down. What is it? Why does it matter? And lastly, when we talk about co-creation, we've got that perfect group of BART riders that we would want to ask. And those are the people that have been riding during the pandemic. Those are our most transit dependent riders in the Bay Area. And those are the people we really need to talk to about challenges, obstacles, and improvements, because I think those are the core users that really would benefit more than anyone from really a seamless Link 21. So with that, I will wrap up the PAL committee and turn it back to Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we will go to board matters. Item 10A, I've spoken offline with the district secretary. We're going to hold that item because it was an RCI that Director Allen put forward. She's not here. It's also a late hour, so we'll hold off on that. I think the work she's doing is still going to continue as outlined in the memo, but we'll discuss it at an upcoming meeting. So we'll go straight to board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriam. So please raise your hand if you have any reports to make. So Director Foley.
Thank you. 3 items just to mention. 1, March 1st, I attended the City of Clayton Council meeting and provided a brief update on redistricting. Item 2, March 3rd, I was at the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference. And then lastly, on March 8th, I attended an EB Mudd BART Town Hall. And I wanted to say that Chief Communication Officer Alicia Trost and BART Police Lieutenant Anissa McNack are rock stars, and they did a phenomenal job at the town hall. So for all of you that are advertising, folks that are coming back to the workplace, let's have BART staff go out there and tell them about all the great things that have changed. With that, back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other director reports? Director Rayburn. You're muted, sorry.
Thank you, and thanks for expediting the meeting. I had the distinct pleasure of touring the Transbay Tube on March 4th on Friday and early Saturday mornings. The occasion was a milestone in the earthquake safety program. The final, what we call the bore retrofit plates were installed over this last weekend. These are 20-foot long curved steel plates that reinforce the Transbay Tube. And I want to thank, it was a phenomenal process to observe. I went in on the maintenance vehicle consist let me just share that rolling through our stations, Lake Merritt and West Oakland, and seeing passengers' jaws drop as they saw this 12-car consist rolling through the passenger stations was quite a sight. I want to thank Shane Edwards for assigning BART's very knowledgeable Doug Kennedy. Doug Kennedy is a safety liaison. He reports to Eric Lamb, who's provided me with valuable information about what exactly was all going on. There were many more activities going on in the tube than just the retrofit plates, but that was the highlight. I also want to thank Superintendent Chuck Wells and Lauren from Shimmick CEC Joint Venture Consortium for their invite and careful attention. I felt like a child. They could point to everything and explain what it was to me. So it was tremendous to see this firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Yeah, 3 quick things. First, I want to thank Rod Lee, who joined Director Duffy and I at Oscar Grant Day on February 26th. I got to see a biker version of Rod Lee in a leather jacket and a motorcycle helmet, which I will say that was also fun. But it was I know that Wanda Johnson and Uncle Bobby were really grateful that BART was present. We were able to say hi and chat briefly with both of them. In addition, last week I joined, Greg Lombardi, Paula Fraser, and Tim Chan to do a site visit of Balboa Park because we've had some instance of graffiti and some other issues going on there. And definitely there's going to be a lot of follow-ups, I think, amongst me and BART staff to take a closer look at Balboa Park. But I really appreciate everyone's attention there. And then lastly, I know that this has come up quite a bit on Twitter around signage and just wayfinding at SFO in general. I happen to be friends with Airport Commissioner Jane Natoli and I thank Alicia Trost and Tim Chan for helping set up a site visit of SFO sometime in the near future so that we can take a look at some of the wayfinding issues along with an airport commissioner and hopefully some SFO staff there as well. So to be continued.
Thank you. Any other director reports? If not, I also have a couple things to report. One is I had, I think, a very successful meeting with Congressmember Garamendi last week, along with BART staff and our lobbyists in DC. Thank you to Rod and Amanda for doing work to prepare for that. Representative Garamendi under the new congressional district lines will again be representing part of the BART area in West Contra Costa County. So we're kind of getting him up to speed again, but he's always been a friend of BART and of course sits on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. So it'll be great to be engaged with him again. And then last night I attended a community meeting where BART staff and consultants presented the plan for parking and access at the Ashby and North Berkeley BART stations with the transit-oriented development coming in there. It was a very well-attended meeting. At the peak, there were 150 some people there. So I'm guessing there were probably like 200 people throughout the night, and probably 100 of them spoke. And just wanted to thank especially Rachel Factor, but everybody else who was involved for doing incredible work there. This will be coming to the BART board for a vote on the parking maximums later this year. So if you're interested, it's on the BART website at bart.gov/BCAP, which is BECCAP for the Berkeley and El Cerrito access plan. So that is my report. And I know I said it at the beginning of the meeting, but just wanted to end this meeting and again say it's really sunk in more for me as we've gone through the meeting, just how much I'm going to miss Director Simon. And I just, not hearing her voice and not having her here with us during this meeting made it a lot more real for me. So just wanted to share that. And again, if anybody has questions about how we're moving forward before we have a meeting again, you can reach out to me or reach out to April, but we'll have memos coming soon about the process. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all.